Lucasfilm logo. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, but no title crawl. Oh well!
I applauded it for being different.
It broke new ground!
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
All right. Heyo.
Howdy.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? Hey, Ellie. Ellie's on the chat.
Hello, Ellie.
Hey, Dog Bird. Hey, Nick. Hey, Aries. Hey, Dylan. Hey, Lazy Quack. Hey, Chucky. Hey, Drew. Hatster. Cat That Draws. No Brain. Maria. Hey, Chrissy. Hello, user Yeeted. Hello, Meredith. Hello, Cody. Hello, Weird Name. GBAura. Hello, Spectacles, Neon the Cartoons, Septics, Glitchy, Turtle King, Aided Mercury, Moth Ghost. Hey, Candy, how you doing? Cody, XX, Mr. Haunted, Nutella. And finally, hello, Pastra, how you doing?
Oh, I am doing well. I am doing well. By the end of the stream, we'll see how I'm doing. But
Yeah!
doing well. Oh boy.
Welcome to the Bendy Lore Talk stream. Now, for everybody that's coming in and saying that one of us is going to leave here with a bloodied nose, don't worry, we're not going to talk about if Bendy is good or not. Here, on this stream, I just want to know the story, honestly. Like, I'm not here to argue if the game is good or not. Pastra's not here to convince me to join the dark side or anything. Here we are just to figure out whatever the fuck's going on this weird world before the Dark Revival shows up. Right, Pastra?
Yeah, hopefully. We're not... The aim here is just to help you get a better understanding of what the hell's going on. If you end up leaving more confused than you went in, well, I tried.
Yeah.
But that's the objective here, because I had to study Bendy like a fucking college student.
Fuck.
For a while.
Oh boy. Hey, Invader, thank you. Also, Boopington, thank you. Phil, you have very good taste in music. Thank you. Invader 9 super chatted $2. Hooray! Crossover episode! Fuck yeah! Look. Dude. Even though I did not have a good experience with Bendy and the Ink Machine, I actually have like the second worst experience I ever had with a video game. That doesn't mean that the concepts presented in it aren't interesting to me, you know? Oh, holy shit, Apier. Thank you so much. If I want to at least start to find salvageable things about this franchise, I would like to start by diving headfirst into one of the things that the internet pretty much goes crazy about whenever one of these new horror indie games start to pop up, which is the story, you know? What would you say, in your personal opinion, is like the level of complexity we're talking about when it comes to like the Bendy story or the world or whatever?
The lore is as bad as FNAF's, but it ain't great.
Thank you,
So, if I were to like compare it to other franchises in terms of complexity, I think Bendy is very convoluted, but we're not talking like FNAF current lore convoluted. We're not talking like, yeah,
good.
Right? Thank Christ.
Fuck.
We're not like, cause like FNAF. I feel like FNAF and Bendy are on a whole other level. Bendy gets convoluted and Bendy at times makes no sense. But like, we're not talking like security breach or like help wanted.
Okay, actually this is a perfect metric. What level of complexity would you say Bendy's story is at based on FNAF game release? Are we at FNAF 3 level, FNAF 4 level, sister location level? Because like past sister location level, then it kind of starts to get stupid.
This can't be any worse than FNAF,
right?
Right?
Yeah. I'd say we're sitting at like a FNAF 4 sort of like Dream Theory era type of ordeal where like, you know, you had a pretty easy to follow story leading up to the end, but then you get to the ending and suddenly it throws you through a whole fucking loop of convoluted confusion, and there's a lot of theories that people have about what the story is, but there's a lot of theories that people really don't like.
That's great, because in FNAF 4 is the moment where it starts to get stupid, so that's great, that's a good level. I can work with it, I can work with this.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me read some donations before we continue. Graham, thank you for the $2. So it starts. Thank you. Nova Animation super chatted $2. Bendy and the Merch Machine. Yeah. Thank you, Linkall. Super chatted $2. I need to give money to someone other than Pastra. Welcome to the channel, buddy.
He donates so much to me.
Cup of tea, XC, super chat, $5. This can't be any worse than FNAF, right? Apparently, according to him, currently we're at, like, level 4. So, you know what? Yeah, like, nothing is gonna be as bullshit as FNAF. Like, I would never try to do a FNAF lore stream, because I would get unreasonably angry at that.
Oh no, me too. Like the FNAF lore, I've been following it since the start, and like it makes me like unnecessarily mad to even think about theorizing anymore.
Seabass, super chat at $2. Can't wait to learn all about the demon. Yeah. Exactly. Also, thank you, Aper, once again for the 5 gifted memberships. That's very, very appreciated, especially considering all the people coming over from Pastra's channel. Speaking of which, welcome from the people from Pastra's channel. I fucking sorry about my weird avatar. I swear to God, I'm not a Bendy OC. Please don't think like that. I don't know anything about Bendy. Do not associate me with the ink demon. This is a completely separate character, not made of ink. Please, for the love of fuck, don't think that. That would be so embarrassing. Thank you, Boopington, for the cheese. That's very appreciated. Speaking of which, yes, for those that need a quick wrap-up, Pastra over here is a Bendy lore expert. Or like a Bendy series expert. He fucking loves that franchise to death. I don't even need to know much like about the series, because he's going to catch me up to speed with everything that's going on. And for me personally, I barely know anything. I barely know fucking anything. I just played the game like a few weeks ago, and I hated it. I hated it. I had the worst experience with it.
How many times did you have to restart chapter 5?
4!
Like, Jesus
4
Christ.
separate times! Now,
I was seeing breakaways I didn't think possible watching you, honestly.
For the people that don't understand how that happened, I have a curse, I think. I don't know how much you followed the streams, Pastra, but I have a fucking curse that whenever, like, it's not just Bendy's fault. Like, whenever I play a game, there's like an increased 60% chance that I'm going to find some kind of glitch, some type of glitch, somewhere for some fucking reason. I just get way too antsy and just move around a lot in games and just kind of do stuff that developers don't really expect to, so I usually find soft locks, crashes, glitches, skips, clipping out of bounds, fucking weird animations, T-poses. It just depends on how well built the games that I'm playing is, right? So I played Chapter 1 of Bendy, and that one was remade, and that one felt like pretty good, and nothing wrong happened there. Chapter 2, same thing. Chapter 3, same thing. Chapter 4, it started to get a little fucky. And Chapter 5 is just fucking... It was a disaster.
No, Chapter 5, I am saying this as the biggest Bendy fan on the planet. Chapter 5 is dog shit. Like,
no!
Like, Chapter
Don't
5
you love...
is a broken mess.
Don't you love the 5-minute unskippable cutscene leading into like a 10-minute fight with like the same enemies over and over and over again, leading to a fucking fetch quest that then leads to like the worst boss fight I've seen in video games in like a while. And then what the fuck, what even was that ending? Oh, we're gonna get into the ending. We're gonna get into that ending, yes.
That ending is going to take up so much of this, because that ending is like the biggest point of discussion that we're going to have.
Speaking of which, just to get a little teaser for the people that are just joining in. Fun fact. After I finished that game, because like while I was finishing it, I didn't give a fuck, right? I genuinely did not give a fuck about what was happening. But then I rewatched the ending that I said was completely fucking garbage and I didn't care for. And I saw the point before you met Joey in the kitchen. And there was like a little corner table with like with some drawings in there that I didn't pay much attention to when I played it. But when I was editing when I was like looking at the clips for the highlights, I saw that the drawings were of like ink monsters, and I was like, wait, the fuck's up with that? I didn't like really I didn't really like the ending, but something about the detail of that little table with the drawings made my the back of my brain perk up a little. Like, what the fuck? Why would that be there? So I'm probably gonna ask about that somewhere near the first third of the discussion, and we're gonna get into that. Because that's the one point that I'm very interested about figuring out what does the community what the community thinks that means. Because I have my own little thoughts on that. Anyway, sorry. We're starting too early on that. Sorry.
No, I'm excited to get to that.
Okay.
I have a list. I made a list of fan theories as well as my own personal theory that I was planning on making a video on
Fuck
for
yes.
that specific discussion. So
Fuck
I'm excited
yes.
for that.
Also on the chat, for the people that are here on the chat, your input is also appreciated. I will also be reading the chat for explanations for what's gonna happen, because sure, I have the lore expert over here, but no human is fallible. I need to see if you guys will be my personal bullshit detector to see if what he's explaining is just fanon or actual canon explanations. I need to see the arguments, if there's a second opinion that I can get
Bendy
on
the
different
Dark
aspects of the
Revival
game.
is less likely than
You gotta help me here, chat.
Yeah.
You gotta help me out, guys.
I'm expecting one part of the chat, one part of the stream to just be Pastra on the chat, arguing incessantly about a point I have no fucking idea about. All right, one last reading of the donations that came in. So, Domino Head super chatted $2. Hey Pastra, go easy on him. Although he'll be fine. Yeah, I have very little skin in the game for this. I just mostly see. I'm just mostly curious to see what's up. Agent Chick super chatted 65. Something. Hey Phil, I wanted to recommend the game you'll actually love called Signalis. Yes, I want to play Signalis on the 3rd season of the streams. Absolutely, 100%. Fuck yeah, I have that on my wish list. Random chatter super chatted $2. More like Bendy and the shit machine. Thank you,
So
random
it starts.
chatter. So it begins. Lightning Wolf super chatted $5. This'll be fun. Don't let Pastra talk about Alice. I do actually have some questions about Alice, so we're gonna talk about Alice.
That's good.
Graham super chatted $2. Fire's goop, not ink. Yes, that's canon. Nico Salad super chatted $2. You're a Bendy OC. Fuck you, Nico Salad, but thank you for the donation. Blake Pitsy has been a member for 2 months. Last time Phil did a Let's Talk About a Game was Security Bridge. This is gonna be a good time. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm doing a ritual to repeat the events that happened a year ago, but I am trying to see if karma is going to be on my side this time, and I'm actually going to have a fun time with Dark Revival. Pastra, how do you think Dark Revival is going to go?
From what I've seen, and from what the Meatly has said about the Dark Revival, regardless of the actual overall quality of the game, think it will just be an upgrade to the original Bendy and the Ink Machine.
That is
Purely
understandable.
Because, I think it will be too, purely because Bendy was a game that was built, it was very much so, building the ship as it was sailing.
Yep.
The chapters were coming out, they were building the story, the game as it was going.
Yep.
Dark Revival is just a game they worked on for years as a full finished product. So at the very least, it's going to be a more coherent and consistent game.
That's
If
reasonable.
it's broken at the start, it'll be broken through the whole thing, and vice
Yeah.
versa, you know?
I think that's a very reasonable take. You could tell as you were playing the game that some shit, went entirely in a completely other direction from the start. I played chapter 1, that shit took 10 minutes to finish, and then in the middle on chapter 3 and 4, you could see how the game's popularity increased and affected it as development went on. You could feel it as you played it.
Oh, absolutely. You'd get to one of the chapters too, and you'd expect the events to go one way, and suddenly it's just what if we just did this? What if this happened instead?
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Hello, Goop Boy. Thank you, Malog. Septits donated $2. Phi equals RGB Gamer Bendy. Fuck off! Thank you. Liam Arnold has been a member for 4 months. Hi. Thank you, Liam. James the Diamond Sword super chatted $5. Bendy and the Dark Revival being good is less likely than Gabe Newell counting to 3. I am... Okay, for me, because Pastra already gave his opinion, honestly, I am not expecting a disaster. Like, I know that I made fun of the game multiple times on Twitter, and that I have very little faith on the franchise, but honestly, like, from the previews that I've seen and the trailer, it doesn't look that... It doesn't give me the feeling of, like, imminent dread that security breach gave me. You know, I made an entire bingo for that, right? When it happened? And
I saw it, I was there.
And it filled up almost every single fucking square. So... But like, for the Bendy, like, promotional material, it doesn't give me that feeling of, like, oh, something bad is gonna happen. So that's already good, in my opinion. Blah, 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 blah. Judah Nader super chatted $2. SHB makes some great Bendy theories. Who is SHB? You know who?
It's Super Horror Bro.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that channel. If you want.
He makes a lot of really good Bendy stuff. I'd recommend checking him out at some point during the stream.
Yeah, I was literally actually gonna say, maybe in the middle of the discussion we're gonna have, maybe it would be good to, like, literally look at some Bendy theories online on YouTube. That would be good.
Yeah, I think Super Horror Bro, and, like, surprisingly, MatPat's got some crazy good Bendy theories, too.
That's surprising, considering his output for the other franchise I'm connected with.
Yeah, right?
There's a thing with MatPat, which you either get a theory of his for your franchise that is really good, and you really appreciate it because it clears up a lot of stuff, or you get the FNAF shit where, like, every time he releases a theory, the entire community is against it because he just... like, pulls something out of his ass, and, like, it's an entire the community goes into chaos for, like, an entire month afterwards, because people, like, immediately take his word as truth. So it's kind of surprising
exactly right,
that the Bendy theories are not regarded as, like, vile, fucking hazardous material.
No, dude, like, deadass. Whenever Bendy was still, like, having chapters release, people, like, in the community are insistent that MatPat predicted the story of the game to the point where it was retconned in Chapter 5.
Oh, that is a familiar feeling, yes. MatPat can do that for indie game developers. Indie game developers will absolutely watch his theories and be affected by it, like, and affect their games because of it. I can totally buy that, 100%. Bippington donated $2. Phi is made of gender fluid, and it's epic. Thank you, Bippington. Spectacles donated. It's been a member for 4 months. Phi is made of gender fluid. Yeah, I think that's canon to the channel at this point. Arcade Punk super chatted $2. Yo, lore time! Yeah. Touch Starve Insomniac super chatted. How do you think Bendy's ink would taste like? I have not personally drank ink. Pastra?
I mean, it would probably taste like death.
Wait, okay, no, wait.
Acid.
Wait, have you ever been in school and, like, been chewing on, like, your pen and, like, you chew it so fucking hard, like, ink, like, shoots out into your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
that's happened to me as well. I've like immediately tried to clean that off, but it tastes like fucking like blood and metal and fucking disgustingness.
Bendy would probably taste like that, but your mouth burns too and you die.
I have a lot of questions about that ink, by the way, because the game, I don't think the game explained that much about the ink, so I have a lot of questions about that too. Phony Gamer, been a member for 4 months. I'm excited for the game either way, whether we can make memes out of how bad it is or love the game as well. Yeah, that's kind of weird, isn't it? In the age of the internet, it doesn't matter if something is good or bad. If it's entertainingly bad, people will still love it for some reason.
Oh yeah, it's weird. I mean, like, Bendy's like my favorite horror game, and I've literally like I've given several opinions on the stream so far where I'm like, yeah, that part of it's shit.
Well, no, that's completely understandable, dude. Like, I have the same feeling about some of my favorite stuff. Like, I was really into FNAF like for years and years, and even though it's one of my favorite horror series of all time, I can recognize that 80% of it is shit. But you still get invested on it, you know?
I just think like the main thing that I sort of like understand it to be when it comes to stuff like this is just the idea of like something can be flawed, but it doesn't really matter to you if the flaws don't take away from what makes you enjoy it.
That is perfect. That is a perfect that's perfect reasoning. Yes, exactly.
That's the way I feel about it.
Hayden Shapiro super chatted $2. Hello, Pastra. Love both of you guys' content. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arcade Punk super chatted $5. Oh, nice to see you describe the GT community after Matt Pat's Hollow Knight theory. Yeah, exactly. I fucking love Hollow Knight. That theory was shit.
Hollow Knight? Okay, it's funny that gets brought up. Hollow Knight is literally like my favorite game of all time.
Fuck
I have hundreds of hours in it.
Good taste.
And that theory, I did not watch his channel for a month after that. It made me angry.
You get so fucking salty because he just pulls out random bullshit out of his ass. It's so frustrating.
Missed the point of the game. Just missed it entirely. Like, did he even play it?
My flattest game for Splatoon
fucking
3.
Frustrating.
Go Team Fire.
Emily Gordboard super chatted $5. I'm here to assist. Got a long day of work ahead of me, and having to stream to watch will kill a couple of hours. Hell yeah!
Got a long day at work ahead of me, and having a stream to watch.
The
will
Omni
kill a
Rider
couple
super chatted $5. I always thought that no one could really die in Bendy. Their minds are returned to the ink and are reborn. What the fuck?
We'll get into that. That was actually gonna be something I was gonna talk about. We'll get into that.
Usually has something different. Love you, by the way. Thank you. Touch Starved Insomniac super chatted again. Someone just said Bendy. I'm not gonna read that. Thank you, thank you, Touch Starved Insomniac. Emily Gordbor super chatted $5. I'm here to assist. Thank you. Dying Star super chatted $5. Ink you say, as you say, I'm wrapping up my Splatfest game for Splatoon 3. Go Team Fire!
Their minds are returned to the ink and are reborn, usually as something
and finally,
different. Love you, BTW.
Maddie super chatted, I think Streamlabs has delay and skipped my message. Oh, I'm very sorry about that. I have no idea how to stop that sometimes. Like, if a lot of people are donating at once, Streamlabs sometimes just eats the notifications. I'm very sorry about that. Thank you for all the donations, though. That's a lot. That's a lot. We've been delaying the stream far enough as it is, too. We should probably actually start the main point of all of this. You know?
Yeah, get my sticky note out.
All right, get the bullshit out that I've prepared. I've prepared some shit. Like, this is not the stream. This is the pre-stream. Welcome everybody to the actual Bendy lore stream. We're gonna begin right now. So, this is gonna be our little blackboard that we're gonna be showing people the stuff that we're gonna be seeing. We're gonna be watching videos. We're gonna be seeing images, reading wiki entries, like looking at images, whatever the fuck. First order of business. Let me just put on some music for this. Yeah, this will do. I want to show something that I've been working on for the chat for a while after I finished the Bendy stream. Essentially, I needed to come prepared. So I made a possibly schizophrenic-looking relationship board between all the characters in the game, because I kind of want to have like an idea of what's going on. It's not really well made, but hopefully you can see it on the stream, Pastra.
Yeah, I can see it on the stream.
It has all the characters that I remember and all the crucial steps and whatever the fuck bullshit. So. First order of business. Based on what I played, and I need you to listen to me and like start correcting me as like after I finish it, okay? So
okay,
I'm gonna tell you what I think is happening in Bendy universe, and see if it's correct. And we're gonna straighten these connections out as we go along, okay? So, first of all. From what I remember of Bendy and the Ink Machine, we play as Henry. I don't know his last name. He's just Henry. This guy was a business partner of Joey Drew, who is the boss. He is very old and he's a bitch. he made Joey Drew Studios, which is the setting of the game. This little studio thing is where all the bullshit in the game happens. And he created the ink machine, which is like the MacGuffin of the game that makes bullshit. I think it makes ink, or maybe it makes something that's not ink. Maybe, like, make something out of ink? I don't know. And he created the characters, which the studio makes cartoons off of, which is Bendy, Boris, and Alice Angel. And the basic story of the game is that this bitch, who is dumb, quit working for the studio some years ago. And when that happened, this bitch went crazy and used this machine to turn all his employees into ink monsters for some fucking reason. I think it happened, like, slowly, like a BioShock situation where, like, it started as kind of cool, but then the ink slowly corrupted them into monsters. And I don't know what's up with this. I think, like, one of them was a voice actress, and she got replaced by this one. I don't know why she's so fucking butthurt about it, though. And I think that Joey wanted to turn his employees into cartoon characters, even though that's, I mean, why? I would just, like, buy costumes, but I guess that's kind of cool. And I think this bitch is Satan?
Okay.
Or maybe he's just a corrupted version of this boy, but yeah, something like that. Anyway, as you go through the game, this idiot goes further, deeper and deeper into the studio, encounters some weird, crazy people. Like, all of them are just crazy. Like, I had no idea how to describe these guys, so I just put them as crazy, 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 and extra double crazy. This bitch is super crazy. But at the end of it all, in Chapter 5, you get to a bigger ink machine at the end. That this fucking thing goes down into the depths of hell, and it goes into a bigger ink machine. I don't know if that's, like, the actual ink machine, or it just looks like it. And this little guy is inside of it, and he becomes the Hulk. And battles you until you put a reel on a projector in a throne. And I fucking completely lost completely lost it at that point, because I think this guy does a flashback to when he met with Joey again at the start of the game, and then Joey tells him, yo, bitch, I did some weird shit on my studio, can you come in and, like, fix my shit, because I don't know what the fuck's going on. And then he said, yeah, bro, whatever. And the game just ends in a loop, and I think the loop is, like, magic. Like, the end tape, like, rewinds time so that this bitch can, like, start his journey again, and that just feels pointless, because, like, you're not even getting an ending at that point, you're just getting the start of the game all over again, so what the fuck even is the point of the story? And that's my current understanding of what's going on.
Okay.
Any corrections? Immediate corrections?
Quite a few, but you're not far off.
All right.
Okay, so first of all, you said that you had an idea of Bendy being, like, Satan.
Literally Satan. There's, like, magic circles and bullshit, and, like, the various points of the game.
So we'll get into what Bendy is, because Bendy's whole thing is actually, surprisingly enough, explained pretty concisely in game. But, okay, I gotta ask right away, did you probably didn't, that game was agony for you, did you go back to Chapter 1 after beating Chapter 5?
I did not.
Okay, so the reason I ask is because whenever you beat the game, you get the weird, like seeing tool you got in Chapter 5 in all the chapters.
I do remember that, yes.
Yeah, so if you were to replay the game after beating Chapter 5 and use that, it gets revealed that all the messages are being left by Henry, who is aware that he's in an infinite loop.
Oh, wait, what? You can see more messages through it?
Yeah, you can play through chapters 1 through 5, and there are those messages from chapter 5 in the entire game that you just didn't see because you didn't have a screen. And the whole twist with Bendy is the fact that Henry has actually already been through the game like 400 something times.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And he's
Right,
actually perfectly aware.
I put you down as looper.
That's good. That's good.
As a looper.
But like, you got like the general sort of consensus, right? Henry was Joey Drew's partner, and he was the one that designed the original Bendy, but left the studio very early on, and then.
Oh
Joey
wait, so
ended
he
up taking
created
credit.
Bendy?
Yeah, he was the creator of Bendy, the original cartoon character, not the like ink machine fucking monster Bendy.
Ah shit. Hold on. So he is the one that created Bendy.
Yeah, Henry created Bendy, but left the studio very early on because he didn't. He was abused by Joey and just the work conditions.
Phil, you've got it all wrong already.
And it was after that that Joey took credit for Bendy and a lot of the other characters and basically just capitalized on everything that Henry left for him. Joey didn't do shit.
Oh, it's like a Walt Disney situation then.
Exactly,
oh,
yeah.
Fuck. Okay, I kind of like that.
Yeah, I actually I did a lot of research on it, and I have no way of, it was never said, but it really does feel like a lot of Bendy's lore was based off of, old Disney history with, Walt Disney and Mickey Mouse.
I mean, if I had to make a game that's about, an old cartoon, a horror game about an old cartoon studio in the 20s, yeah, I would probably base some of my shit off of that. Yeah, that makes perfect, 100% sense.
Yeah, absolutely, right?
Chat says they didn't abuse Henry, but they did overwork him.
Okay, chat, that's abuse, though.
That is abuse, yes.
That's just using a different word to describe the same thing.
That is workplace abuse, yes. So that's why he left the studio.
Yeah, because he was treated very unfairly there, and he ended up leaving, and Joey sort of capitalized on him not being there by taking credit for everything, and then trying to just turn Bendy into this massive, this massive brand. Like you saw in Chapter 4, he tried making amusement parks. He tried, he did the whole shit with the ink machine. He just went crazy trying to capitalize on what Henry made for him.
Wait, is this just an episode of The Simpsons? There is an episode there's an old episode of The Simpsons where, there is this, cartoon guy that made, old cartoons, Itchy and Scratchy. And there's a bum that Bart finds in an alley that reveals that he actually was the one that created all these characters, and then he sues the company basically the Walt Disney Company, to get the money for his creation. Basically, a situation like that is what I'm saying. All right.
Yeah, it's sort of like that, except Henry, it's sort of implied through the ending with the framed photo where it's Henry writing a note that Henry just kind of he just kind of let Joey have it.
Oh.
And just kind of left.
All
and
right.
Just accepted the fact that, yeah, he was going to take all the credit for it and lived his own life.
All right. So I'm going to mark Henry as a bitch, and this one as... based. There we go. So, okay, I got it. So,
yeah.
Essentially, these guys were partners originally, but then eventually this guy had bad working conditions at the studio, and essentially just left and let his old friend have the glory, essentially.
Yeah, basically. And without Henry around and with sort of more control over the studio, Joey started making a lot more changes, started introducing a lot more people. He started hiring people like Sammy Lawrence,
like these.
Susie.
Because he was
These people down here. Sammy, he hired to be the songwriter. Who, he took his job really fucking seriously. Sammy did.
Oh yeah, he's a bit obsessed at the moment. Yes.
But so the big thing though, or at least what I sort of get from where the story went after that, and the chat can correct me on this, was that as Joey sort of took more control over the studio, and as Joey began to try and make bigger and better things out of Bendy as a brand, he sort of became obsessed with the whole spectacle of it all.
But lost in the in the brand and started like not caring about the people that made it what it was.
Yeah, exactly. And he became just obsessed with the actual spectacle of it. He became obsessed with making the cartoons bigger and better. He hired Bertram to design this theme park and was extremely abusive towards Bertram as well.
He started buying like expensive cars with like Bendy license plates on them. Yeah.
Yeah, it said Ink Demon on the license plate, you know.
Yes. So, but at what point in that situation does like the magic ink come in, you know?
See, that's actually what I was gonna get to next, is that he's trying to open this theme park, right? And in chapter 4, you can see like when you're in the sort of theme park area, you walk into this one room where there was actually like Bendy mascot costumes, and there was these complaints that the costumes were extremely ugly and that he couldn't use those because they were not his vision. Those were not his characters.
Right.
And then in the next room you go to, you see actual animatronics, and these animatronics are like broken, they don't fucking work. So he gets even more angry because nothing is able to like realize his vision of having real living characters to entertain these people.
Can I see like images of that? Is there like a way that I can find these on like Google or something? Because like I didn't stumble upon those. Are those like secret?
You know how in chapter 4 you gotta do like the whole like running back and forth, flipping levers and whatnot?
Yes.
The first room you enter to flip a lever has these Bendy costumes inside of it, hanging on the wall, which are really fucking creepy looking. There's a better look at them. And let me see if I can find the animatronics.
I thought those were statues.
No, those were mascot costumes that Joey had them throw out because he thought they were so ugly.
Yeah, I think by that point, I think in chapter 4, I started like I stopped paying attention to like the recordings and shit.
That is fair enough.
Yeah, so these do indeed look very ugly. I understand his frustration, so this guy is a perfectionist.
Yeah, that was the whole thing, was that he became so obsessed with the spectacle that came with Bendy and trying to profit off of said spectacle that he wanted everything to be perfect and exactly how he envisioned it with his cartoon characters. And so the costumes didn't work, the animatronics didn't work, so eventually he hired what's his name? Thomas. I believe his name is Thomas. He's the asshole Boris.
What?
The asshole Boris in chapter 5.
Oh! This guy! Oh yeah, they called him Tom!
Yeah, his name was Tom.
Alright.
He was a sort of handyman that worked for Joey Drew Studios for quite a while in the game. Like, there's a lot of tapes with him, like, fixing elevators, leaky pipes, because the place was a mess. He eventually goes to Tom and a bunch of other people, and he starts putting all of the money towards this new project to try and create the most, like, realistic characters possible. Literally make living cartoons, and that was how the ink machine got started.
Oh, so... Wait, does that mean that Tom created the machine?
Tom had a part to play. In chapter 5, you actually hear a tape from Tom where he talks about how he actually helped create the ink machine, and they were experimenting with creating characters in it to sort of create those perfect living cartoons that Joey wanted. So Tom has a bigger part to play than the game ever makes you think if you just like run through it without finding that.
Yeah, I did not stumble upon that. So, hold on, wait. So Joey Drew was making this carnival first, and then got obsessed with making these characters in the amusement park perfect. Who was... So this is the guy that actually created the theme park, right? Because we had to fight him at the end of chapter... like, near the end of chapter 4?
Yeah, Bertram was the person designing all the, like, all the rides and whatnot.
Okay, so... There we go. Bertram. Wait, but...
Yeah, Thomas
he becomes like a monster inside of the carousel. How come he is a monster, but did Joey like try to keep the carnival going and the ink machine project going, or was it canceled?
It's a bit ambiguous, but like implications by the end of the game with on his little corkboard. There's a lot of like letters that were written by both him and like him and other people that he worked with. But it's believed that the amusement park Bendy World like kind of started failing really fast, and his kind of life started falling apart from because of that.
Wait, did the theme park actually get finished? Because like it's inside of the studio. Like, what was the theme park inside of the studio?
That is really hard to answer because it entirely depends on what your theory on what the ending is. I'm not gonna go too much into it because whenever we start talking properly about the ending, I'm gonna go more in depth. But my personal theory is that the entire studio is a recreation of all the events that caused Joey's life to go out of control. It's not literally the studio.
Okay, with that. Wait, so it's all a dream?
No. We'll get more. We'll get more into it whenever we actually start talking more about the ending.
Okay.
But like,
okay.
The
From what I understood of the whole Bendy Land project thing, is that the theme park, it was like below the studio because they were like building all the attractions first, and like eventually, because like the main area of the theme park is just like a giant warehouse. So my idea was that they were going to be building this theme park like either next to the studio or like close to the studio, but it never got to that point, which is why all the rides and stuff are still in there in storage, from like what I'm seeing at least.
That definitely, like, I think that's what a lot of people agree with too, is sort of that like it is literally like under there and it is being stored underneath the studio. But then like you get stuff like the haunted house ride, where like it's literally a giant haunted house built into the studio, and if that's the case, then
sort of fucking god, if this shit's all a dream, I'm gonna have an aneurysm.
I
don't want to go through that again.
There is no dream theory for this.
Okay.
I will give you that reassurance.
Okay.
There is no dream theory.
Okay.
But it's really fucking weird and trippy and surreal with some theories.
All right. Okay, let's go back to the ink machine. Ink machine. That's actually I have like a little okay, I have like a list of topics that I want to resolve by the end of this, and one of, as you can see here on the chat, on the stream, and one of them is, the first one actually is, what the fuck is the ink machine? So yeah, we should probably get on that.
Inside the ink machine.
What?
So,
all the creations
Judah?
inside the machine.
What? That sounds interesting. Okay, we'll have to get on that later. Thank you, Judah.
We'll get to that theory too.
Yeah, that's probably
a
weird theory. Okay. It's a simulation.
When Joey became obsessed enough that he wanted his creations to be like real living attractions, he had Thomas and a bunch of other engineers build the ink machine.
Yes.
And the first thing he wanted to be made using the ink machine was a living attraction made in the image of Bendy.
Why ink?
Literally all I can tell you with that is because ink is what they use to draw the characters. That is
what?
That is literally the most I can tell you. That doesn't properly get explained why he chose ink for this.
Some guy in the chat says fetish. What? No, like, okay, wait. So I understand the point of like, okay, so you go from mascot costumes to animatronics, but then you have a fucking like engineer here that can make robots and shit. Like, at least he made like this cool looking like metallic arm for himself. But how do you go from that to literally alive people using ink? Because like my theory, at least not my theory, my vague idea is that, because I saw a bunch of like weird magic circles on the ground, like at the start of the game, right? So my idea is that Joey literally is contacting the forces of hell to make his cartoons alive. Now, is that like, does that have any basis or anything, or is he like, because did he discover magic? Does he know how to do magic?
So you're pretty on the nose, actually. You're pretty close, because what happened was First of all, I'm telling you right now,
Yes?
the jump from like animatronics to the ink machine, that does not get explained. Joey was just like,
Yeah,
"Damn,
demons!
These
Fuck it!
animatronics aren't good enough. Time to contact Satan.
Time to contact Satan!
Like he was just like, damn, you guys are really bad at engineering.
Man, you fucking suck. I need to
Build me
turn into
this-
Satanism.
Build me this marvel. Like, you mean to tell me that the engineers couldn't build animatronics, but they were able to build like God's creation machine? Like,
Yeah, what the fuck?
that is literally it. Though. Like,
These fucking robots are stinky. Literally make me a pact with the devil.
that was Joey, but
Alright.
So he gets Thomas and all these people to build the ink machine, and the first thing he wants them to make with it is a recreation of Bendy, and it goes fucking wrong. The
Oh,
Bendy
boy.
that comes out is the Ink Demon.
Oh,
That is,
so...
it's just that is straight up how the Ink Demon was made. Was that he was the first thing that made with it. He comes out twisted and contorted, like his body's all wrong. All it does is skulk around the place, and Joey is
Oh.
afraid that this thing is dangerous. And what Joey finds out is that the reason why that Bendy was such a horrible failure was because there was one component missing,
Aw.
and he realized that one component missing, like William Afton,
It's a
was
fucking
people's
human
souls.
soul! Ah!
So, what he ended up doing was that he had Thomas and all the people who made the ink machine lock Bendy away inside of the ink machine so that so that nobody would see it, so that he could essentially hide it, because he was afraid of it getting out. He's afraid of investors seeing it and being scared away from his living attractions. And that is why at the start of the game, when we turn on the ink machine, Bendy escapes from it, is because that's where Joey put Bendy so that people wouldn't be able to find him.
Oh, deep underground.
Yeah, exactly. They locked this thing up because Joey saw the Ink Demon was like, this thing's an abomination. I need to get rid of it. I can't let people see this thing. So, after he realizes that, that's a good picture. But after he realizes that what he needs for his attractions to be like, to be realized was a human soul, he immediately was like, he literally said in the tape, I own plenty of those.
Whoa! What an asshole! Hold on! That's a fucking jump!
Like, he is comedically evil.
Holy fuck, Joey! Alright, so, essentially the reason for why this thing is so aggressive and weird and, like, fucked up and malformed is because he's soulless.
He is this soulless husk that was just created by the ink and just exists to roam the place. And I said in my own Bendy video that my personal theory is that, like, he's almost some living embodiment of the ink, and he's trying to bring everything back into the ink so it can be like a part of him again. But that's all just my own personal theories.
Alright, I need to clarify. Okay, before continuing anything then, because, like, this needs to be established.
Right.
So, what the fuck does the ink machine actually do, then?
So, we don't see the actual full proper process, but from what we have described in the tapes is that the imprint, the sort of outline of a cartoon character is put in there,
Huh?
and the ink within the ink machine, you saw like those weird like test tubes going along the hallway towards the ink demon for that final boss fight.
These things.
It sort of takes those imprints and recreates them in ink, almost like a 3D printer, but for
Some
living
guy
organisms.
yeah, some guy said on the chat, it's a 3D printer, basically, 3D printer. Okay,
Yeah.
but here's the thing, the chat is fighting itself on this, because Susie says it makes ink, but then some other guy says it uses the ink as a 3D printer. So, like, you can't have a wood chipper that makes trees. Does it actually use the ink, or does it... yeah.
The thing is with that is that very early on in the game, we see like tapes of people who believe, because the way Joey presented the ink machine to people was that it was just a big machine that made them ink to use for the cartoons and to like write stuff. That's what he told people it was. But that was a cover-up, that was a lie that he was telling people so that he wouldn't get in trouble for having something that horrible just sitting in his studio.
Right.
And whenever he only really told people what the ink machine was for when he was trying to manipulate them into becoming a part of it and becoming characters. And speaking of that,
these things, so this thing makes these come to life.
Yeah, it is like a 3D printer for living cartoon characters.
All right, 3D printer. Now, thing is, and this is bothering me. This is fucking bothering me. So this thing uses ink as fuel to create the cartoon characters, as we discussed, but it also makes ink? Or is that just a lie? Because there's a lot of ink in the studio, is the thing. So, how does it create its own fuel to make these things? Like, or is that just a lie?
That's a great question. I don't think we ever get a proper concrete answer of that, whether or not it's like a cover-up or whether or not it actually is some like infinite ink generation source.
Yeah, because that's bullshit. Like, I can sell I can buy a lot of stuff. Like, if you try to sell me on the story of this game, I can buy fucking demons. I can buy like souls being used to create cartoon characters. I can buy a super fucking megalomaniacal fucking evil guy, like using his employees as essentially meat for a machine. But I don't buy a self-replicating fucking weird-ass bullshit machine that can make its own fuel. Now, if you tell me that, like, souls are needed to fuel this thing, to make the characters and the ink, I guess that would work, but it's a bit confusing, right? You can understand.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, it's super convoluted, and like I've seen people in chat saying it's explained in the books. Like, okay, piss off.
Don't do it. Don't do me like that FNAF shit of like, yeah, it's on the books. No, fuck you.
I also saw people in the chat saying it's explained in the Dark Revival. Like, wow,
wow, holy shit! Give me that early review code, motherfucker.
Like, please, I want it. I pre-ordered it. But
so
I got
you're
a wish list
fucking
on Steam.
Chat, you're fucking telling me that the game Bendy and the Ink Machine does not want to fucking explain what the ink machine is? Fuck off! That's the name of the game!
It literally only tells you what they feel like they absolutely need to tell you about the ink machine, and everything else is left ambiguous. Because yeah, like we know that it is a machine made to create characters and other objects out of ink. We know that it requires soul sacrifices to create proper characters, otherwise it reproduces these like monstrous husks. And we know that it was used to create like pretty much most of the studio as we play it.
Right, it's a basically after like chapter at chapter 4, I believe, I found some like little tiny like vending machine thingies where you put some weird like white like ink cum inside of these machines, and then they turn into like tools that you can use throughout the game. So are those like tiny ink machines, or?
That's what I personally view them as, because like we're building up to my big ending theory here.
Oh boy.
And I believe that those things are supposed to sort of serve as a little hint to us that all the objects in the environment that sort of have that, like, you know, the bendy art style, the like 3D models with the little like sketchy like sort of designs on them.
Yes.
I personally believe that those are like mini ink machines, and that the ink machine is actually used to create the objects in the environment we're walking around in as well.
Because the entire fucking game is like sketchbook, like drawing, like on a yellow paper, like ink on a black paper. So like from what I at least mentally hold on a second.
That's just my supposition.
From what I mentally understood of that situation, it's basically like the entire studio was transformed due to this magical ink. It's because, you know, if it can make anything, if it can make like living characters, then why not make tools and pipes and whatever the fuck else into ink creations, you know?
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yes.
And I think that's what they were getting.
One last thing on the ink machine. So, is it magic? Is it did this bitch need to make a deal with the devil, or like what is going on with that? Like how we're talking about the specifics and the mechanics of how the ink machine works, but what was the origin of that?
So you talked a lot about how you see like the pentagrams all around the studio and everything.
Yes.
Basically, Joey, because he realized that souls were required to make his living attractions properly work.
Yes.
Began getting into all the freaky occult stuff, and those sort of pentagrams are where he would take people and he would sacrifice them so their soul would go into the ink machine.
Right.
And those coffins we see throughout the game, this was part of like one of the map pad videos about it that I actually think is very solid. When you go through the game again, with the seeing tool, if you use it on any of those coffins, you see the names of characters who we know turned into monsters. You see Susie's name, you see Bertram's. So what is believed is that he would use those sort of pentagrams to sacrifice people, and then their bodies would be put in those coffins.
Oh, and their
souls would be put into the ink machine. And the whole thing at the start with like putting things on altars to appease the gods was the fact that like Joey was sort of starting to do all this occult stuff to sacrifice people and whatnot, and he began to become afraid that he was like pissing off the gods and was trying to appease them while continuing his practices.
Okay, that's good. Okay, now I can understand, because like that guaranteed confirmed magic bullshit. Like
absolutely, yes.
Okay, magic. Okay, good. So this is officially a character in the Bendy canon. That's good.
Yes, that he is a canon character that exists. Sorry, Warren.
Okay, that's good. Now that we have that sorted out, because that's the first question that I had. That's the first question that I had for this. Like, what the fuck was the ink machine? I guess this one is also solved, but we need to do that one later. I'm gonna now that we did that, I'm gonna like read the chat, because like there's a bunch of fucking donations that came in, and I want to like listen to people's like own thoughts on this. So
of course, yeah. Prove me wrong, chat.
Let's see if the chat was screaming that you were wrong.
I hope not.
Love both of you guys' content. Thank you, Hayden Shapiro. I just got off the post-shift VOD, and now I can catch a stream live. Let's see how long I can stay awake. Thank you, Iris. Lasso said, Phil, you got it wrong already. Everyone knows Bendy is the reincarnated demon soul of alternate universe number 37 Sands. Yeah, whatever. Thank you, Lazo. Graham says, this web looks like some fucking Kingdom Hearts shit. Yeah. Arcade Punk super chatted $5. There used to be a theory that Henry left because he was drafted into a war. Oh yeah, because of the 30s. Right.
Yeah, the time era would have allowed for that to be a thing, but I don't believe that was the reason.
Yeah. Thank you, Teroid. Thank you for the $5.
That the ink machine is more magic than engineering.
Judanator super chat $2. Henry created Bendy, Boris, and Alice, then left. Also, he's not just the creator of Bendy, he's also the creator of these two.
I am not sure about that, actually, because anytime we see his work desks, we always see the concept he drew for Bendy. I don't think we've ever seen him drawing Boris and Alice. Alice was a later introduction after Henry left.
Right. Yeah, because like there's a strong connection between these two, but I never saw anything about him like making or working on Alice or Boris like at all.
Yeah, because Alice was introduced later down the line because Joey wanted a new character that could be as popular as Bendy.
Right. Okay. So that's just up in the air. That's just fanon. Okay. Purple Shut-In, Lucy, super chat $5. I've been listening to a bunch of Bendy songs recently. They're so good. Yeah. Chrissy, super chat $2. Something like the movie Nope. I have not seen that movie.
Oh my god, you have to.
Okay. I actually really like Get Out, so I've just been procrastinating on watching movies lately. Arcade Punk super chatted $2. The recording in Joey's office sort of explains it. Like the ink machine. Okay. Chrissy super chatted $5. Yeah, Thomas works in a company called Glenn. He's the one who created the ink machine. Glenn?
Gent, I believe, is the actual name of the company. there's multiple companies that get introduced as sort of like sponsors and whatnot of like Bendy in the cartoon. All that you need to know about Gent is that they were the people that he hired to help build the ink machine, and Thomas worked for them.
All right. Thomas, is that a Post Shift 2 reference? Thank you, Lazzy. Juninator, super chat of $5. The game takes place inside the ink machine. Yeah, Judah also, you also said that Henry fucking created Boris and Alice. I think that might just be fanon, but we'll have to see. Terrorist super chat of $5. So the studio is like Joey Drew's Mind Palace from Persona 5. If it is, I'm gonna be very upset because that's extra pointless. The fucking loop ending at the end of chapter 5 was pointless. If it takes place inside the mind of someone, then that's just extra pointless. Receive a super chat of $2. So sad that Boris died of Ligma. Ditto Duo super chat of $2. The game takes place in a septic tank. Arcade Punk super chat $5. Best guess is that he literally just wanted his creations to be actually alive. Yeah, this guy is obsessed. Joey is, like, absolutely, obviously obsessed with that shit.
Also, I've seen the chat saying the books confirm me wrong, but, like,
oh,
about Alice.
Have you read the books?
I haven't read all of them, but if the books confirm me wrong, then that's just straight up a retcon, because in the games, they talk about when Alice was first introduced, so that's an inconsistency.
We're gonna actually talk about these Alices in a later time. James Diamond Source super chatted $2. The fact that you're on the nose scares me. Yeah! Old Man Games super chatted $5. I'm sick and I just woke up. What did I miss? We're talking about the ink machine and the devil, or something. Teroid super chatted $5. Wouldn't the ink machine be constantly recycling the ink as Bendy runs around returning characters to said ink? I don't know, that's just my supposition. Well, the entire building is pretty much made of ink at this point, so you would like, if it was just recycled ink, these motherfuckers would have had to, like, basically had the entire supply, like, the entire world supply of ink for their studio. Like, that would have been so fucking expensive. Like, if this thing doesn't actually make ink, maybe it makes it out of something else, I don't know, but, like, it just straight up just feels like magic. And at this point, I am fully convinced that if there's something that doesn't make any fucking sense, I'm just gonna blame it on the devil at this point.
That's a good thought process to have.
At the moment. Melog super chatted $1. Fuck the books! Yeah, fuck the books. Thank you, Kaiju Ultimax. Thank you, Slurpy the Dog. I used to be very into the lore, but I forgot most of it now. I'm just a big fan of the game's theme song, using the Dias Irae melody. Thank you. Fuck, I lost my place on this. Little Jet Game, super chatted $2. Basically dark magic, since there's pentagrams, yeah. Afton the Plush Guy, super chatted $5. Well, the loving angle of Bendy versus one of the three devils. Oh boy. Thomas Connor even said in one of his tapes that the ink machine is more magic than engineering. Oh!
Yeah. He said that himself whenever they were making the ink machine, that
Thank you,
what they were making felt more like a project of magic than like basic engineering like he thought they were making.
Yeah, okay, I get that. Okay, you know what? I gotta be honest. I gotta be honest, like at the moment, this is preferable, to me, at least, over, like, actually just sci-fi bullshit. Cause...
Oh, I agree.
Because with FNAF, the thing is, like, 90% of the dumb bullshit explanations for FNAF is, we just made some weird sci-fi computer nonsense robot that for some reason is, like, very badly designed, and it just kills you if you stub your toe on it or something. Like fuck off. At some point, it just gets ridiculous. Like, I understand spring locks, I understand the fun times, but at some point, you gotta start, like, it's either do genuine actual magic, or please just fucking rein it in with the sci-fi, you know?
Well, yeah, exactly, right? I mean, like, FNAF also had the problem of the supernatural parts eventually becoming science, too, like...
Yeah, no, don't make your science and... Don't make your fucking weird, spiritual, paranormal bullshit into science, because at that point it just loses the magic of it, you know? It just starts to become bullshit. Jepier super chatted $5. The first Boris you meet is the main character in the books. Is that true?
Yeah, actually, the first Boris you meet, who seems like one of the most important characters, you don't learn who he is in the games. You have to read the books to learn who he is.
Oh, yeah, cause... Wait, yeah, this is not actually Boris. This is just some 3D Boris. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, this is just a 3D Boris, but he always gets called Boris because...
You don't know who he
never learns
is.
his name.
Wait, yes, so this is the perfect Boris, because, like, this... I guess this one is also perfect. Wait, there were a lot of, like, Boris corpses around in the game.
Yeah, because...
Why is this guy so easy to make?
Because the whole thing with the ink machine is that it allows people... It allowed Joey to create his ideal cartoon characters, but the problem is, we're not talking consistently. Like, Alice in one of her dialogues says that the first time she was put into the ink machine, she just came out as this, like, blob of ink, and it only took her multiple times of being sent through this thing in process before she was actually turned into what she was, and even she's not perfect.
Wait,
so it's
which
like,
one?
the evil bitch Alice.
Okay, evil bitch Alice. So this one got turned again and again and again and again. I guess that process, like, drove her mad, I guess.
Yeah, because I think her whole story is supposed to be like a metaphor for her and the other Alice, but we'll get into that.
All right.
But that was one of the things with the ink machine, was that it could create the cartoon characters Joey wanted, but it was super inconsistent.
Wait, so these are the same then? These two are the same?
They are different people, but they were used to create the same character.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay. Thank you, Kakyoin. Thank you, Viagra Buffalo. The twist is that Boris was Frank Fontaine the entire time. Thank you, Viagra. The ink machine is fed with squid for it ink. Thank you, Schmoodle. Slippery the dog, super chatted $2. So where does the annoying orange knife fit in?
What if Henry created
because at one point I was there when the Baddest was streaming Bendy, and the Baddest also hated it, and they were comparing the soundtrack to annoying orange music.
Oh,
to spite me because I was in the chat.
It's an inside joke. Okay, got it. Absol, super chatted $5. So what if Henry created Alice but as a side character and became more important later, like Donald or Goofy? I guess, yeah. Like there's a lot of parallels to like the Disney Corporation on this. Afton the plush guy meant to type Pastra is the angle of Bendy. Okay, yeah, fair enough. All right, so we got some amount of progress done on this. So I guess we could go into the second topic, which is why is ink so important? Well, I guess we already answered that, because this guy really wanted to create the living cartoon characters, and that's an obsession of his, so I'll remove that. Yeah, okay. Number 3. This is very important. Why are these people still in the building? Why haven't they just fucking left? Because I know Sammy Lawrence is like a super occult guy. Like he's super into Bendy. Like he loves him. But like, why are any of these people still in the fucking studio?
So that isn't. You're gonna be hearing this a lot.
Oh boy.
And it's just. It's really up to.
Are we gonna talk about it later?
I'm not. We can talk about it now. It's just it'll make more sense later.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, okay. Got it. Oh, okay. We're gonna.
Long story short, they just literally cannot leave.
They literally cannot leave.
They are
okay.
incapable of leaving.
Okay.
They were just trapped there.
Creating undergoing mitosis.
Understood.
Face.
Got it.
How
Got
else
it. Got
do you
it.
explain a life creating doubling
thank you,
machine?
Scamelon. Thank you, Afton, the plush guy. So, number 4. Why is this guy such a fucking idiot? Why is Henry such an idiot? And a bitch.
So, okay, you see, okay, it's weird. I have an answer for this, right?
Right.
But the answer for this has there's a big hole in it. So,
okay.
There's an explanation. There's a little bit of a hole in that explanation.
Okay, Chad maybe will be able to fill the hole. Okay.
So, the reason why Henry does the things he does throughout the game is literally because he's done it like 400 times, and he is in an endless loop where he comes to the realization And we know because of the dialogue that he writes on the walls, the messages he leaves for himself, that he comes to the realization that the set of events he does throughout the game are the only way that he can make progress.
Wait a fucking second. Does that mean that... Hold on a second. Does that mean that him literally sounding like he's fucking bored in like because like I complain about this throughout the game a lot, that Henry sounded like he was fucking bored all the time, even though all these fantastical things were happening all around him. Does that mean that it's literally because he's so fucking bored because he's been going through it all this time? Is that fucking canon?
Actually, every piece of dialogue, every event that happens, everything that happens to Henry through the game, he already knows it's coming, and he's been through it like 400 times over. So, and I love that, because you know that wasn't planned from the start, and the voice acting was just bad. You know that they were like, oh shit, Henry doesn't sound like he cares. What if he didn't?
I say it's the glitch from Piggy.
Oh, that's so good. That's so fucking good.
Now, the reason I say though, like, the reason I say though that there's a bit of a hole in this explanation, right? Because it all works fine and dandy. Oh, he's in a loop. He knows that every action he makes, he has to do a very specific set of actions for the things to happen. How did he get through it the first time though?
Right. So, fucking hell.
Literally.
I love this fucking explanation. It's so fucking good. Holy shit. I don't know if this is fanon. I don't know if this is actual canon, but I fucking love the explanation that this guy is literally bored out of his mind as I'm playing the game.
No, Phil, this is not headcanon.
Yeah?
No,
well, no, it isn't?
Like, when there are deadass, like, you know, like the jump scares, like the little bendy cutouts?
Yes?
Henry wrote boo on the wall where those pop up.
Look at, give me, I need to see that image, holy fucking shit.
Let me see if I can find it here, let me see if I can find it.
Even Henry doesn't like the game, Pastra!
No, even Henry's bored out of his mind.
Holy
even Henry
fucking
knows that
shit!
He is trapped in a loop where he can only run at a walking speed.
So Henry is running around the entire fucking game going like, oh, this bitch wants me to do the fucking bored, like Bendy cutout, like destroying side quest all over again. Oh my fucking god, I hate this fucking game. Someone get me out of this fucking loop. I hate it.
Poor Henry is trapped trying to speedrun the slowest game you can play.
So it's literally canon that Henry gets soft-locked into a fucking, like, chair in the middle of Chapter 5 and says, well, time to restart this bullshit again.
Actually, like, there's...
Holy fucking shit.
In Chapter 1, you can find messages on the walls where Henry is trying to tell himself, like, don't turn on the ink machine, don't do this.
Don't do it, dumbass!
You see messages later on where he realizes that if he doesn't do that, because he's trapped in a loop, he literally can't do anything. He just sits there doing nothing. So it's either he's bored doing the same thing over and over again, or he's bored doing nothing. Like, literally nothing.
That's so fucking good.
I'm trying to find, here's a link to somebody playing through Chapter 1 with the seeing tool. I'm trying to find the timestamp to where he just straight up, like, calls out when a jump scare is coming on the wall.
I need to see that. I need to fucking see that.
It's really funny. He also, like, constantly makes fun of Joey with the writing on the walls.
So he's like criticizing the game and the creators as he's going through this.
Like,
okay.
Like,
you know what? Okay, Pastra.
Yeah.
I unironically love that.
Right?
I unironically fucking love that. That's actually kind of fucking genius.
Saying, like, whenever I posted my Bendy video, I got so many people trying to argue with me, like, oh, I hate the ending, I hate the explanation. And I'm like, why? That is so good.
Oh my fucking god, I found the image. I found the fucking
There you go.
This guy is literally trolling himself from another fucking timeline. That is amazing! Okay, question though, and this is very important. Are these messages, like, actually... Do these messages actually exist since the start of the game? Or, like, did they get added as the chapters came out? Or, like...
I guarantee you they were added after Chapter 5.
But, like, here's the thing, like, people told me that Chapter 1 was remade, right?
Yes, Chapter 1 was very different.
So, did these messages get added after Chapter 5 came out, or did these messages... Were these messages, like, already there, just not accessible because you didn't have the tool? Like, how did that work?
I believe that when Chapter 5 was made, they updated all the previous chapters to have the messages alongside the release of
They
Chapter
were
5.
added with Chapter 5. Okay, you know, that's bullshit, because these motherfuckers, the creators, said that they had the ending planned from the beginning, so...
Oh no, they lied.
Yeah, okay, yeah, they lied, because, like, imagine if they didn't lie, and they had that plan from the beginning, and then you just had, like, these, like, hidden fucking messages from the very start of the fucking chapter, or, like, from Chapter 2 or something onwards, like, that would have been, like, genuinely fucking cool, right?
Yeah, right? Like, that's what I'm saying with the Dark Revival, is like, they have great ideas in Bendy, but it's so clear that they were building the ship as they were sailing, and they actually had no idea what the story was going to be in the next chapter when making the current one.
Phil, listen to me. They didn't have anything planned from the beginning. Don't listen to their lies. Wait, yeah, okay, so I remember watching videos and explanations that the creators are just fucking assholes that took, like, theories from the community, and, like, they said that they had the entire thing planned out from the beginning, but that's completely bullshit. That's still fine, honestly. Like, if you want, you can figure out a story as you go along, it's fine, but... was that, like, literally a retcon, or, like...
So, what's interesting, right? The source that people use to prove that they built the story of the game as they were making it, right? Was that in an interview, I believe it was Mike Mood said
the creators
that...
lied to us. Thank you, Little Jack Games.
The Mike Mood said in an interview one time that they would often take fan theories and what fans wanted to see into consideration when building the game, which I think people treat like a bigger deal than it needs to be.
Right.
But what they did say, though, was that the two things they had planned from the very start was the beginning and the ending.
Right. Then why aren't the messages at the start of the game before you add, like, what? No.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
why didn't you have those messages?
That
would have been proof enough. That would have been proof enough if you had those messages from the very start, that you would have planned the loop ending. But no, to hide them, that's fucking bullshit, Shy Guy. You can encrypt that shit. That is no fucking excuse. That is no fucking excuse.
I think the reason too why I don't think that's the case, going off of that, is the fact that the seeing tool was not built up to or even alluded to in any way before Chapter 5. It was just introduced as a MacGuffin in Chapter 5 out of completely nowhere.
Right. Yeah.
They had the idea for it when they made Chapter 5, and they introduced it in Chapter 5, but something in the ending of that game was planned from the start?
But the entire point, the entire ending is that it's a loop, so why wouldn't you leave clues that it's a loop from the very start? Like, fuck you, no, you're lying. Question, because, like, I straight up stopped, like, paying attention to the game, like, during Chapter 5. There's a 5-minute unskippable cutscene that I actually have never actually internalized. I watched that 5-minute unskippable cutscene, like, 4 times, and I never paid attention to them a single time. Why the fuck do they give you the seeing tool? You know?
Okay, the explanation for that I actually think is really cool.
Alright.
So Allison, the good Alice, because of course they named the good Alice Allison. Wow.
Fuck.
Yeah, Alice too. She found the seeing tool initially, and she, when she used it, found Henry's messages on the walls that were meant for himself.
Oh.
And she started trying to follow his advice because she thought that the messages were meant for somebody to lead them out of the building. But the problem was, those messages were being written by somebody who was trapped in a loop. So when she tried following the advice left on the wall with the seeing tool, she just walked around in circles and going nowhere.
Fucking trolled.
Actually, it just messed with her. She couldn't get anywhere with it because that advice wasn't meant for her. It was meant for Henry, who was the only person that could actually push the story forward. And because Henry was the only way to push the story forward, the advice was useless.
Right.
So she thought, I don't get any value out of this. Maybe he will.
Oh, and she ends up giving the tool to the person that actually wrote the messages that is going to be able to see them so that then he can eventually write them on the walls himself. Okay. That's a loop concept that, okay, good. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Okay, good.
It's weird, but it makes enough sense to me.
They obviously didn't plan that from the beginning. I'm absolutely
no.
fucking convinced. Okay.
Definitely not. No, that was retconned. Absolutely.
The thing with the ending, and the thing that pisses me the fuck off about the loop bullshit, because a lot of people told me after that stream was over, hey Phil, you enjoyed like Little Nightmares 2, and that also ended with a loop, right? What people don't understand is that loop stories can be made well, but not when you get to the climax of it and the entire story just stops. Like, it stops, like, prematurely. Like, you beat the main villain, and then you just start all over again. There's no actual conclusion to the story, you know?
Yeah, and like, I think it also needs to be built up to properly. You need to have seen it coming in some way.
Like, let's say, for example, have you seen Edge of Tomorrow?
I have not seen that.
Okay, have you seen fucking Groundhog Day?
Yes, I have seen Groundhog Day.
Okay, imagine if instead of Groundhog Day being about the loop, you essentially have the story of Bill Murray in the town, like being an asshole throughout the town. It's just like an entire, like the entire movie is just a single day of the loop. And at the very end, when he dies or does something like meaningful or something, he goes back to the start of the story and nothing changes. There's no resolution to that. It's just literally hit the reset button, you're back at the very beginning. That's shit. That's complete fucking shit. Because you don't get an ending out of that. You literally just get a PS2 fucking restart button of the story. I would have been fine with the loop ending if they gave more details to say that it had some kind of meaning or it had some kind of resolution. Like with Little Nightmares 2, you had an entire story about this guy going into this giant tower from the very beginning, so it led up to that at the very beginning. And then when that happened, when the loop happened, you at least know that the story continues. Because like the guy inside of the tower still can like become someone else, but you know what happens after that. You know that he eventually goes to chase his like former self, and you get the raincoat girl goes on to escape the tower and goes onto the boat. Like the story continues happening even if you know that there's a loop involved. With Bendy, it's literally just you killed the bad guy, do it all over again. Nothing mattered. Fuck you. And that just drives me. I'm sorry, I've been talking about this for way too long, but that just drives me up the fucking wall. Because like you're building up this entire story about a fucking company and the fallout of the company and Henry and the relationship he had with Joey, and you just literally deliver nothing at the end. It's nothing. It's fucking nothing.
Oh, absolutely. It's a completely nothing ending. Because
yes,
that was a big thing, and I feel like I'm gonna bring this up multiple times during the stream. Is that the biggest problem that the writing of Bendy has is it is very clear that when they were writing each chapter, they weren't writing with some big plan in mind. They were writing specifically to subvert expectations.
Fuck that.
That was
I
always
hate
what they
it.
did. There is a theory that I wholeheartedly believe that MatPat got right. MatPat's original theory was that Joey Drew was going to be revealed to be the Ink Demon.
What?
And there was so much building up to it. There was actually a lot of clues
what?
that implied that. But
okay, yeah.
But
I had this thing.
Completely retcons that idea.
I had this thing. Okay, so remember this little line over here? Mm-hmm. Like I had this question mark, because like, so my idea while I was making this original board is that you have these characters that are connected or are like recreations of the cartoon characters. So you have these fuckers, which are not cartoon characters themselves, but like they went through the process of the ink. These guys are just completely fucking like they just came out as ink monsters. You have this guy that fused himself with the carousel. You have this guy, which is just I don't know what's up with Sammy. I don't know what's up with the projectionist either, but you have these ones that actually have some kind of success going on with them, right?
Yeah.
So from what I understood, you have real-life people, like the voice actresses for Alice, and you have Tom, I guess. So I thought, okay, so you have these characters have been recreated. So what's up with Bendy? Bendy should be recreated off of someone, right? At least maybe they tried to. I kind of had this idea of like, well, we never actually see Joey, I guess until the end. So, but in the end, it's kind of like the beginning of the story. So maybe these two are like related or like they are the same person, but I never had any concrete evidence for that. So what is the evidence? Like what did MatPat come up for the evidence of that?
So MatPat's evidence, this was around the release of chapter 3, mind you. So you got to keep that in mind, is that it's up to chapter 3's story. His whole theory was that at the end of chapter 1, starting up with chapter 2, you step on a pentagram and you see a wheelchair flash on screen, the ink machine, and you see Bendy. Right. Bendy, I don't know if you noticed this, when he chases you, Bendy has a limp. One of his legs is fucked. So MatPat's initial theory was that those images flashing on the screen were supposed to be foreshadowing what Joey did. Joey was crippled. Joey put himself through the ink machine and became Monster Bendy. And that's why he has like this limp, is because he's able to walk again. And then what he used as evidence of this in chapter 3, when you choose either the path of the angel or the devil, if you choose the path of the devil, there is a tape from Joey talking about how belief is this wonderful thing that can get you anywhere. And he says, "Why, with enough belief, you could even cheat death." And then he starts going on about how amazing
That's itself. Yeah, I remember that from a fucking FNAF video, but yes.
Yeah, so MatPat's whole thing was that in chapter 1, when we see those images flash on screen, that's foreshadowing the fact that he does that to himself. Right. And that tape is sort of him saying like, I am extremely unhealthy. I'm like, he's probably like suffering from some kind of sickness that leaves him crippled. He puts himself through the ink machine after realizing it works by doing it to other people, and then becomes the ink demon to live forever in his creation that is the studio.
But the problem is that got deconfirmed later on.
The problem is that got figured out too early.
I see. Okay, yeah, they changed it.
MatPat figured that out by chapter 3. Deadass, I'm not kidding. In chapter 5, there is an unused voice line that is supposed to play right before you fight the monster Bendy, and you can tell from the way it's like written in the code. It is a voice line of Henry saying, "Joey?"
That's bullshit! What? I want to see that. That's okay. I want to see. Where's the link to that? We need to see that on the stream.
Let me see if I can get it. It was brought up in MatPat's video on Bendy's ending, but deadass, that is an unused voice line in the game that just never got put into that cutscene.
So that is an unused voice line for where he goes into the throne room and sees all the fucking cartoons up on the walls, and then like the guy appears behind the throne.
Yeah, it was supposed to play from its placement in the files. It was supposed to play right when Bendy came up behind the chair and grabbed on it and started transforming.
Henry said, "Joey?"
And then Henry said in like a surprised voice, like, "Joey?"
That is absolute fucking horseshit. That they just took that out?
It's in the files still. You can find it if you went into the Bendy files and just listen to it yourself.
Chad, what is the video for that? What is the MatPat video for that? I want to see it.
I can send you the game theory video. I was watching it before the stream.
I want to see that. King Alex. Let's see if King Alex. Hold on.
There's the game theory video.
We were wrong.
Classic MatPat thumbnail.
All right, let me bring this up.
I'll try and find where he brings the line up. That's what I'm saying when I say that MatPat actually has a really good grasp of Bendy, is that like...
Let me screen share this with you. Let me screen share this with you.
Okay.
Okay, welcome to the Let's Watch part of the stream where we watch fucking... like Bendy theories from game theory. I sort of fucking got if he says book in this, I'm gonna have an aneurysm.
No time.
Not in this one.
Okay, good.
I should choose. I'm just gonna remove this one myself. Don't worry, I'm just gonna spin it again. One last time. Wheel of Gaming, no joking around. Tell me the mind-blowing theory we found. What?
Alright, that's kind of cute.
Yeah, they got like a little custom intro for it and everything.
Let me just jump out of here.
And Tumblr theorist Dreamfisher for single-handedly putting Bendy and the Ink Machine back.
Okay,
in my
Dreamfisher's a
radar.
great member of the Bendy community. He solves so much on his
Trust me,
own.
I thought I was done with this game too, but we're back, and I gotta be honest, now that I've started digging through the game again, what I found completely upends a lot of what I thought
Nani
I knew about
uwu.
Bendy's story. So let's not waste any more time
What the
because
fuck,
we got a lot
subtitles?
to cover. It's time to dive back into the inky depths of Joey Drew Studios.
All right,
one more
all right.
time. Before we get to things,
This
that
is
got
the last MatPad Bendy theory video.
I believe he made one for the Dark Revival when it was first announced, but that was years ago.
Maybe we can watch that later.
Question some of my earlier conclusions about the game. Let me first call out something that seemed to confirm one of the Bendy community's biggest
Right.
fan theories, including a theory of our own. Hidden inside the game's files, there does appear to be confirmation that, at least at some point during the development process, Bendy was planned to be revealed as Joey Drew. Inspired by
fuck
Dreamfisher's
off.
Reddit post covering their theory on a one-eyed Bendy, I did something I hadn't really done
One-eyed
for any
Bendy?
of the previous episodes. I dug
I'm not too sure about that. I haven't dug much into it.
Assets, giving closer inspection to the 6,000 or so files used across the completed game's 5 chapters. Now, I have very
Okay, yeah, so this theory was made when Chapter 5 came out, then.
limited
Yeah,
Okay.
this theory was made right after Chapter 5.
Okay, so completed, it's not like completely, it's not outdated, you know.
No, this is perfectly up to date.
Is that it
Okay.
needs to be organized. For instance, in Bendy, you're dealing with 1,440
That's a lot.
separate
Yeah,
audio
okay.
assets. So without any sort of clear labeling system, you're gonna be searching for a long time. Or else you're suddenly gonna give Alice Angel some random ink splat sound effect instead of a voice. Luckily, Bendy's developers, the Meatly and Mike Mood, have done an
Hey, Black Sheep.
Hi fellas.
Thank you.
I'm sure
Hello.
this stream will not go downhill whatsoever. Hope you're having a good day.
Oh yeah, it's pretty good so far.
excellent
I'm having
job
fun.
of keeping all their files clearly labeled.
We've only gotten to
All
several
character
fist fights.
Voices are marked with DIA for dialogue, followed
Yeah,
by
okay.
the chapter it's specifically being used in.
Good.
That's not all. Another titling convention they seemed to use for Chapter 5 was alternating titles in all caps based on the scene that it was in. Let me give you an example.
Makes sense.
As you go into the Sammy Lawrence battle early on in Chapter
The
5,
iconic
all
Sammy
audio
Lawrence
clips
boss
for that
fight.
section are in caps, like someone shouting for attention on Twitter.
You know why I made fun of this sequence so much during my stream?
Why is that?
Because you know when you get a feeling of what the developers are going for in a game, like, oh, this is obviously just supposed to be fan service. I had the biggest fucking feeling of like, oh, you know what the fans really love? Oh, Sammy Lawrence. Everybody loves Sammy Lawrence from Chapter 1, Chapter 2, whatever the fuck, I don't give a shit. Yeah, Chapter 2. We're gonna bring him back for the end for an epic boss fight against Sammy Lawrence, and everyone's gonna love Chapter 5 because Sammy Lawrence is back. Does the fandom like Sammy Lawrence?
He was a Tumblr sexy man.
Okay, there we fucking go. Got it.
There is a really cool detail in his boss fight I like, though. There was some effort put into it despite how bad it is.
It's a single enemy that you have to press left click on. Fuck you, this is a horrible boss fight.
Oh no, I'm not talking about the fight itself. The fight sucks, but I'm talking specifically about the music.
Alright, yeah, sure, the music, sure. I'm not a music
Like,
man.
we enter a shortcut.
It was all made with the instruments you have to use to solve this puzzle in Chapter 2.
Oh.
That was close. You're lucky we were in the neighborhood.
Once the battle resumes with a new onslaught of searchers,
That
we're
took
back
so
to
fucking long. That took so fucking long.
It's so bad. It's just like 15 minutes of fighting enemies.
It's just the same enemies over and over
Here's why this
again.
matters. In the files, the final boss fight against Bendy has Henry's one line.
But he's never seen.
The end.
But there appears to be another unused line during that same segment, also listed all in caps.
Joey?
You know,
Oh, fuck off. Is that directly below the other line?
Directly. It has the
Dia,
same
Chapter
reverb,
5,
too.
Henry, the end.
also listed all in
Oh,
caps.
fuck off.
You notice the shock in Henry's voice, as though he's surprised to see Joey. This then leads directly to a series of Beast Bendy.
That
audio
boss
files,
fight was also horrible.
all in lowercase.
It's so weird. That boss fight is not good, but I really like it for whatever reason.
I just had the fucking theme of like I had the Sonic the Hedgehog fucking Green Hills theme going on in my mind as I saw Bendy teleporting through the different fucking random hallways and this weird gigantic ink machine thing. It was so bad.
Audio.
No, that fight's so bad, but I always really like playing it for whatever reason. That's
Thank
just
you,
bad
James.
taste, Pastra. Okay, I'm not saying it's good, guys.
Thank you, James.
So the naming pattern still fits, but also listen to the resonance. In designing the game, the team did an amazing job reflecting audio reverb to reflect the room scale that they're in.
Dude, it's literally just like a single filter in Audacity, come on.
Large and full of echoes.
Yeah, no, I could do that myself.
Set us free.
Yeah, this is literally from Audacity.
Ceilings of
This is default giant bathroom sound effect number like 2.
Why are you?
Guarantee you they didn't even change the settings.
Audio of the end with Joey's opening line in the kitchen.
The end.
The team paid so much attention into the audio work of the game.
They reverb for the big room.
They recorded the voice actors in an actual warehouse and they fed them ink for the exact take they needed.
That they were so immersed in making the game good that they actually killed people as sacrifices.
That appears for every single
They
bit of
actually mistreated their employee. Oh wait, never mind.
dialogue that said within the Drew Studios. In short, the titling conventions and resonance tell us that Henry expresses his shock at
Got it. Thank you,
Joey
Matt Pat.
sometime between the start of
All right, so is that literally just that's literally just the theory that they're the same people?
Here's where things go.
No, that's not actually the theory. He just spends the 6 minutes saying,
I was right. I was
theory.
right, assholes. I was right. They changed it on me. All right.
His actual theory is that Henry is actually dead, and that the entire game is a loop because it's essentially Henry in like the afterlife after he gets sacrificed.
Oh, okay. Do you think it's time to go into that then?
We could go into the ending. I'm quite eager to talk about the ending.
All right. Let me. Could we watch MatPat describe it first, and then we can say if he's full of shit or not?
Sure, yeah, you can go for it.
Okay, let's watch MatPat and see what happened.
Zero that hides more secrets than I think any of us could have ever suspected. On this sheet, you have all the things that
Thank you, Little Jet.
Joey's
Definitely the
personal
AI.
apartment. Some paintings, a vase texture, the electrical outlets, evidence that Henry may actually be dead, a rug, you know, all the usual stuff. Now, I know what you're thinking. Those are truly enormous.
All right, yeah, get to the point. Get to the point.
You're funny, Matt.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Detail here, because like I said, hidden amongst that texture file is a series of newspaper headlines, one of which outright reads, "Local artist pushed himself too hard, found dead at death."
Oh.
That's an oddly specific newspaper headline to include in a game about a cartoon studio.
I saw the
What
one
makes
headline
that
about
even more
Bigfoot.
Suspicious though is when it's put in context with Joey's endgame speech.
The truth is, you were always so good at pushing, old friend. Pushing me to do the right thing. You should have pushed a little harder.
That's what she
Again,
said.
we see this recurring theme of pushing and pushing harder. Coincidence? I definitely don't think so. I mean, if this newspaper headline were truly meant to be taken seriously and was referencing some event in the game's
Where the
timeline,
fuck is
it would
that
be directly
newspaper? I didn't
referencing
see it.
Henry, our artist.
Yeah, you want to know why you didn't see it?
Why?
Because you don't see it normally in the cutscene. It's hidden behind a wall that you can't look behind.
Oh.
It is.
Then why?
You need to go into the game files to find
Then
it.
why the fuck does it matter? We clearly established at the beginning of this video that Joey being Bendy is not canon anymore because they took it out. Like, they took that voice file out of the game, so why did the fuck does that headline matter then? Matt!
You literally just got into what I was going to say.
Matt!
As, like, my problem with this theory.
Matt!
Also know, based on his first
Not again, Matt!
in the game, complains firsthand about just
Better than this, Mr. Theory!
Push it real good.
Thank you,
Here's the thing,
Teroid.
We know this headline was specifically put in there by the game devs, considering that we can see with some of the other newspaper textures that they've been clearly doctored. For instance, here, blank, a year in review. It was doctored to remove the year. These aren't just random assets that were thrown in for set dressing. They were selected. They were curated. They were corrected. It's
but they also made the sound file for Joey that For Henry that like talked about Joey, but then they hid that sound file away because it wasn't relevant to the fucking story, man.
Also worth noting where in the game this headline exists. Back near in Joey Drew's apartment.
That's the fucking ink machine.
See this?
It's behind that wall on a shelf.
Hacked into the game
What?
in order to get over there, which let me tell you is no small feat, but it is definitely there on a shelf.
Yeah, but you can't fucking see it.
Sit next to his precious machine. But how
It
could
might as well just be a fucking Easter egg.
Henry be dead? We are obviously playing and walking
Oh.
around the studio. I hear you asking, and trust me, it's something that I kept asking myself as I wrote this thing too. Honestly, I don't know if this is anything more than just a
Yeah, like,
suspicious
okay,
Easter
like,
egg.
obvious. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay, first of all, yeah, you know what's actually fucking relevant to, like, a theory that you could make the fucking ink machine being right the fuck there, even though it's supposed to be on the studio? Like, you could make a theory about that because you can clearly fucking see it, not the newspaper that's literally not visible. Also, why does that fucking door not have a actual, like, what is that door?
It's
frame?
just a door frame.
It's just a door frame. It's, oh no, wait, the door's on the left. Never mind. Yeah?
You know what another big hole in this is, too? If we're going by MatPat's logic here, then that means the Meatly is also canon, because you
Oh,
can clip
yeah,
through walls and
you can
find
clip
the
through that
Meatly,
and
too.
see the fucking Meatly on the walls. Yeah, I found that.
And also the wandering is a sin signs, that's also canon, apparently, if we're going by this theory.
You could literally say that Joey is Bendy because there's a sound file in the game files that implies that he's fucking Bendy. He literally said that his theory got deconfirmed because the content was scrapped from the game itself, and now he's making a theory about content that's not visible in the actual game. Matt!
But if it is real, I, of course, have a theory as to what's
This is like the
going on.
big thing with MatPat that pisses me off is when, like, information with the same logic is either used to prove or disprove his theory based on what he needed to.
I don't necessarily believe every single one.
The Meatly is canon.
The Meatly's canon, and Henry calls him handsome in the hidden messages.
I mean, okay, hold on a second. Even if the thing that with the newspaper is supposed to be taken as canon, couldn't you just say that could literally be any of the other like hundreds of workers inside of Joey Drew Studios that also got overworked to death, like almost like Henry?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, and there's also straight up the end of the game debunks this theory too, because there's a letter written by Henry for Joey that we see hanging on the wall.
Closure in the real
Yeah.
world, but in doing that, I largely wrote off of
Yeah, like after he left the studio.
Yeah, congratulations on your success, and it was the photo of Bendy, Alice, and Boris walking together. He
And
wouldn't
then-
have been able to write that if he was dead.
And then Henry fucked off from the studio.
Yeah, exactly. He
How the
went and
fuck
lived his
can you?
own life.
How the fuck can you overwork a dude that's not even working at your studio, Matt?
that were happening in the studio as just part of this story that Joey was telling. But what if there was a bit more truth to all this studio action than I originally expected? Consider this. Throughout Chapter 5, Joey's audio logs give us a timeline
Okay, I haven't
of the
actually
development
heard
and
these
usage
these
of
audio
the ink
audio
machine.
logs.
Whatever that grinning thing was I saw wandering around your office, you better keep it locked up tight.
Yeah.
I realize it was a first attempt, but imagine if the press caught sight of it.
Okay, so that's the ink demon that is stalking through us throughout the game.
Yeah, that was when the Ink Demon was first made, and Joey was, like, terrified of it.
Right, okay. Joe10 says, gotta love how Matt uses the unused audio to prove his theory here when he neglected an alternate version of a line security breach that disproved his Greg Bach theory. Yeah, holy shit! That's the same fucking thing!
Or when he used a poem at the start of Hollow Knight to prove that you were the Pale King.
Oh, fuck off! That's obviously not true.
And he's without a soul. His quest for a soul moves on to former voice actress of Alice Angel, Susie Campbell.
Okay, that's true.
That is true. That is true. I was gonna get into that at some point.
We should probably after this video we should talk about the Alice's and then we can move on to whatever the fuck giant lord theory drop you wanna talk to me about.
I'm very eager.
All right.
Just drawings. They're alive, Susie. I'll be straight. I'm putting together a small project, a little ceremony. I want
Oh
you
my
to bring
God.
Alice to life once again. What do you say?
Hey kid, get into my van. We're gonna revive your favorite
So he
cartoon
uses
character.
The ink machine ritual to turn her
Basically,
into
like-
an angel, and again and again.
Hey kid, you wanna earn $60? Get into this fucking ritual circle.
For a lot of
Get in the
other
ritual circle and then
employees,
climb in the
this
big
is why
tube.
The walls of the studio are covered with the phrase, "The creator lied to us." It's not because of salvation or anything like that, but it's because Joey lied.
Uh-huh.
He lied like we see him do to Susie to get their souls sacrificed.
Wait, but-
I like the random stock image of a crying girl he uses for Susie.
So the creator lied to us. These aren't actually written by Henry.
No, those are written by the different characters, like the actual ink creatures.
Yeah.
And what's really interesting about this, and I really can't tell you too much about this, but there's different handwriting for each of these messages that can actually set up a pattern where you can tell what messages are being written by specific characters.
Oh, that's interesting. So multiple characters write on the walls.
Yeah, there's multiple characters writing on the walls, and Allison says that they do it because they want their voices to be heard again.
Oh, so it's like a culture thing inside of the studio.
Yeah, it's almost like the studio became its own little like culture where they have different like things they do almost as a tradition there, and that being an ink creature actually is more than just being some monster.
Like that,
all right.
It's because Joey lied. He lied like we see him do to Susie to get their souls sacrificed into his ink machine.
I love the chat going nuts about the random emoji placed on the
Now look at
subtitles.
this. Notice that there are two mutually exclusive.
Nova Animation says...
Joey is Bendy.
What's next?
Bendy is Freddy, who is also
Thank you,
Sans,
Nova
who is
Animations.
also the tree in your
That's it.
backyard.
Also, like the person who said the creator lied to us refers to the developers of the game.
I also did that shit at the end of chapter 5 when I read the message on the wall. Who's laughing now? Like, yeah, the developers, motherfuckers, they got all your money, consume product, idiot.
Hidden inside the studio.
Okay, yeah, those are the coffins that you told me about.
Yeah,
Other
those are all the
staff
names of the
have letters
characters.
on Joey True's bulletin board. With the coffins, we have Susie Campbell,
Yeah.
Bertram Piedmont, Grant Cohen,
Yeah.
Norman Polk, and Lacey Benton.
Got
With
it.
letters on the bulletin board, we have Wally Franks, Allison Pendle, and Thomas Connor. The
I recognized like a third of those names.
That's because a third of those names are actually important.
Actually, okay, hold. Sounds like a cult. Yeah, exactly, Little Jet Games. Okay, actually, yeah, help me with this. Susie Campbell, that's Alice
That's
1.
Evil Alice.
Campbell,
Bertram is Carousel Man.
Yeah, he's the carousel.
Grant Cohen,
I actually have to remind myself who the hell Grant Cohen is.
just some guy.
Wait, here, I'm gonna remind myself real
Chat,
quick.
do you know who Grant Cohen is?
Grant Cohen was the chief financial officer of Joey Drew Studios.
The finance guy.
Oh yeah, he was the finance guy. He had the slight British accent.
DA Games. No, I don't mean the voice actor. I just DA Games working for Joey Drew Studios.
Sean Fo's Jacksepticeye, yeah! Oh yeah, Jacksepticeye and the Bendy lore!
God, that takes me out of it. God, that I was playing the game and I didn't recognize it was Jacksepticeye right up until the chat just exploded with the name. Like, oh wait, this is a YouTuber cameo. Got it. Fuck.
Yeah.
Norman Polk. Who's Norman Polk?
Norman Polk is the projectionist.
Wait. So he's okay. Yeah, he's a. But that's not a character in the Bendy universe.
No, the projectionist is kind of its own weird thing where like he came out of the ink machine as a similar thing to like Sammy or the other ink searchers where they were just kind of ink people, and then he just kind of it was like he rebuilt his body almost using parts of projectors, because you see like in his area he like collects like hearts and he collects like other things, so like I believe, like, I don't think there's anything concrete, but I believe he's something just like Sammy, where he just, like, literally rebuilt himself using parts of the projectors he used to use.
Norman Polk. There we go. So, okay, so these guys are... Yeah, because, like, these are the cartoon characters, this are just the failed ink people, and this guy just is based off of that, just... Yeah, because they have the ink body and shit.
Yeah, he's very similar to like Sammy, but you can see he's got like robotic hands. He's got like bits of wire sticking out of him.
Yeah, okay. Let me continue the video then.
And Lacey Benton with letters on the
Lacey Benton. Probably.
Lacey, I believe she was the person working at the amusement park.
All right.
Wally Franks.
Wally Franks.
Wally Franks was he was the guy who kept going, I'm out of here.
I'm out of here.
Allison Pendle.
That is the second Alice.
Yeah.
Fucking amazing Alice.
And Thomas Connor.
Yeah, that's not confusing at all.
That's Tom. That's Tom.
Ones with coffins are actually in those coffins. Those are the victims in real life. They are soulless. They
Thank you,
are
Channel
dead,
Prefix, for the 4 months.
Husks of bodies sacrificed to
The devil! The devil!
I love his editing style so much. It's so funny.
Far away from Joey and his machine. Seems like a lot to assume, but I have proof. Look at this. It's an incredibly small but super important detail.
Definitely an unintentional detail, I'm just gonna say.
Look what happens at the end of this battle. His head remains intact, but the doors shut on him.
All
Now look
right.
what happens when Susie's form of Alice Angel dies. She just lays there, dead. But what about Frank and Boris just moments before? The game makes sure that we see that he melts away into the ink. That is the difference here.
Huh?
One set of characters is made out of just ink and melt away as soon as they're defeated. The other set have actual human souls.
This part actually didn't age well because we know for a fact that Boris actually was a person.
Wrong!
His entire theory is based off of the fact that some people when they die are a corpse and some people aren't. It's just an inconsistency.
Wrong!
It's literally just an inconsistency. It was confirmed that Boris was a dude named Buddy. So this theory is thrown in the trash already.
Wrong! Where's the long sauce?
Slamming the big red wrong button.
And again in chapter 4 to the hands of Bendy. In both cases, Norman's body persists. He lies on the ground if you take him out, or he's dragged.
Wait, hold on a second, Matt. If that happens like that, then wouldn't that just mean that the people that are still in the ground after they quote-unquote die, doesn't that mean that they just have a chance to be alive again, that they just survived? Like, wouldn't... Because, like, here, the projection doesn't fade away, so you could literally just say that, no, actually, the first Alice is actually still alive. She hasn't melted away yet.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Those are just characters that will be coming back later.
Why are you using a fucking example that fucking disproves or gives another reason for the thing that you're arguing for, you fucking...
Those creatures, the one with
God damn it, man.
Used into them are all the ones.
God damn it, man.
So what does any of this have to do with Henry?
She's clearly not dead. We saw her in the Dark Revival trailer. Yeah,
exactly.
Actually.
She's in the Dark Revival trailer, and his entire theory based on this is that Allison and Tom are both actually just ink creatures. They're not people.
God fucking damn.
Allison and Tom are real people because their names on the coffin. Make up your mind, man.
In a newspaper headline about an artist dying, it tells us that Henry got tricked, that Joey successfully sacrificed him to the ink machine. I mean, think about it. He got a letter from Joey Drew inviting him back to the studio in much the same way that Joey reached out to...
Sorry, Chad, I'm very passionate about Bendy.
Those letters on
the Bendy lore.
Joey's
Honestly, I'm with you on this. Like, what the fuck, man?
What I originally interpreted as Joey reaching out.
You motherfuckers thought that it was just going to be me and Pastra, like, duking it out for, like, fucking 4 hours straight? No, I'm with him on this. Like, this is bullshit.
Actually
uniting against MadPad.
We have a shared enemy.
Allison, Tom, and
the Bendy hater and the Bendy fan join forces with MadPad.
With their former boss.
Against MadPad, yes.
Against MadPad.
People like
that's what I meant.
Bertram, and now Henry...
I love that whenever people refer to Bertram, they just fucking use the head, because he doesn't have a body. So it's just a giant fucking floating head.
Big, stupid looking head.
What about that final scene between Henry and Joey? It's actually told out of sequence.
What?
That's actually the first
Yeah, no, that's
scene
obvious, yeah.
of our little timeline.
Yeah.
It shows that Henry went to meet Joey, and now listen to
Wait, but if he went to meet Joey and Joey told him to go to the studio, then why the fuck does Henry have a letter from Joey telling him to go to the studio at the start of the game? Wouldn't that be completely fucking unnecessary?
Yes, and I actually don't think this is a flashback.
Oh, what? Oh, okay. Fuck.
what Joey says.
The truth is...
You know one thing that fucking bothers me about Chapter 1?
What's that?
The bit about, like, Henry receiving a letter from his former business partner about meeting him inside of the studio and showing him something, like, cool. And then the motherfucker, instead of just waiting for his partner to arrive in the studio, he just fucking decides, oh yeah, look at this weird ink machine thing, I'm just gonna turn that on. Like, yeah, what could possibly go fucking wrong? Like, I'm bored, I'm just gonna walk into the studio and turn on this giant fucking massive machine of doom. What's the worst that could fucking happen? What is he doing?
I just like, too, that he's just like, alright, let's take a tour of the place. Wow, empty, inks everywhere, decrepit, big ominous machine coming out of the pits of hell.
Yeah, fuck it.
Awesome, I'm turning that on.
Yeah, fuck it. No, then again, we also established that he is bored, so maybe eventually he learns that he has to do it.
After the first time, he's just like, alright, same shit again, let's go.
Same shit again, let's go. Yeah, we need to turn it. I'm just mostly wondering about the first version of Henry that thought, yeah, this seems alright.
That's what I'm saying, like, that's why I said it's like a plot hole with my explanation of it, and what is explained in the game is the fact that it makes sense once you're in the loop, but how did he get into the loop?
Yeah! Also, Cooper super chatted $5. Hey, Phil, you should look at Gaming Harry's explanation of Bendy. He goes through the books! Ugh! And the character's more in-depth than MatPat ever does. Maybe. We'll have to see. I mostly just want to get through this theory so that we can then move on to Alice, and then we can move on to whatever the fuck Pastra wants to talk about.
You were always so good at pushing, old friend. Pushing me to do the right thing.
Right.
You should have pushed a little harder.
Yay.
That's him admitting that he's still bad. I mean, translating that line is basically
Angry
push
Bendy.
Better than
Angry
didn't
Bendy.
push enough. Need more proof? Remember at the end of the Tombstone Picnic cartoon where
What?
Bendy sees a human shadow? Well,
I've
This
never
is something
seen
posted on the
these.
YouTube channel.
Scene, and you'll notice that
Well, that's
in the
kinda cute.
final frames, we see Bendy smile. It's not a reaction of fear or mischief. It's
No, he's nervous.
him smiling at his
What?
creator, Henry. And that's not all. On a second playthrough, we have the ability to use the lens of truth, which reveals hidden messages written on the walls throughout the studio. We established during the last Bendy theory that those messages were left by Henry, as evidenced by lines like that.
Devilishly handsome. Fuck off.
The Joey I knew.
Yeah, right.
History, my effort. But it's the invisible line of Joey lied to us that shows that even Henry at this point in the game recognizes that he was betrayed.
Yeah, those
by
are Henry's messages, the white ones.
his former
Yeah, the white
business
ones are written by
partner.
Henry.
Remember those
All right.
weird flashbacks at the end of chapter
Peekaboo.
1? Well, they happen when Henry steps into the sacrifice circle.
The flashback bullshit that what confused me at the start of chapter
And
1.
what do we see?
Yeah.
His wheelchair from a ground-up perspective. That is us on the ground looking up at Joey's wheelchair. We also see the ink machine.
But Joey
and
walks
We are
around like normal
flashing
at the end of
back to
chapter
the moment
5.
when Henry first got sacrificed.
And that's 'cause they retconned it.
He doesn't have a fucking wheelchair.
But the
Well, he actually does. The wheelchair is in his kitchen. He's just not using it.
Oh. Okay, good.
final battle against Bendy. We see Boris, Allison, and Henry come to the ink machine one final time. But before they can enter it, they have
What the fuck is up with this giant, like,
to cross an inky.
That's
What?
sort of like the full ink machine. The one we use at the start is like just a piece of it that gets pulled up.
oh. Wow, fucking Tom should have been paid a fucking fortune for that. That's a giant fucking building.
Yeah, I know. Tom should be living in a mansion with
It's
Allison
here
right
that
now.
Jesus
Allison and
fuck.
Boris have to get left behind, saying this.
I don't
Big.
see any way around. We're not.
Wait, but what the fuck's up with the tiny one in Joey's apartment?
The tiny what, sorry?
There's a tiny ink machine that looks like the
right.
original one in Joey's apartment that is not a giant fucking building. Is that like
That
is that like an alternate prototype of this one?
You're gonna hate me for saying this.
Okay, yeah,
but,
shut the fuck up. Let's continue then.
We go in there? Wow, a drop of water in
Dude,
there.
they're
Gonna be some fucking dream
Again,
theory
Allison
bullshit.
and
for
Boris
fucking
here
God.
are supposed to be Allison, Pendle, and Thomas Connor, but Joey hasn't been able to get a hold of their souls. We see as much because they wrote a note to him on the bulletin board. As
Gonna be
such,
fucking
they're only
dream
ink
theory
creatures.
bullshit.
Good ones, to be sure, but still, they're just ink. That's why they can't cross the river while Henry can. In the end, Henry accepts Joey's invite. 30 years after he left the studio, Joey leads Henry to the machine, does the ritual, and sends Henry's soul into a character, leaving behind the empty husk of Henry's body to be disposed of. Not in a coffin like the others, but left at a desk. An artist slumped over his work, reported
Why would
dead
he do
from
that?
pushing too hard. And why
Why would
Joey
he do
this?
that?
Well, maybe, unlike his other victims, Henry has a family. A family
What?
who'd be curious
We know for a
if
fact that other
one
characters had
exists.
families too.
Meanwhile,
Doesn't
Henry's
Allison
soul
have a
was left
family?
wandering the film reels.
Allison and Tom were together.
Over and over again, alongside the
Why would he do that?
Grandchildren.
Wait, listen, Nick says that makes no sense. Why would he do that?
Further in tone from the initial ending that I
Why would
proposed
he?
for this
Why
video.
would Joey be so fucking poetic? Like, hey, you know what would be really funny if I try.
What would like? It would be really poetically ironic.
If I just left my.
Just,
If I just left the corpse of my old business partner on a desk to symbolize how badly I mistreated him in the past. Yeah, that sounds good.
I've always been a fan of poetic irony, so I'm gonna kill you.
Wow, Joey's a
Put you
fucking
right
cunt.
here. And now your family knows you died like a character in like a really well-written play.
Fuck yeah, Joey, you fucking stupid asshole. The Little
That's
Jet
funny
Game
as
says,
hell.
I'm sure that small ink machine is the actual one. It's 100% gonna be some fucking
But I gotta
dream
say,
theory
in
bullshit.
my mind, it ties up a whole lot more loose ends. Like I said, has a pretty good
No, it
shot
doesn't,
being
Matt.
true. Maybe not this end bit about disposing the body and things like that, but
Okay, so you know the problem with Matt Pat? He finds little things in games that he thinks are relevant, and he needs to tie everything together in one giant mass that will connect every single plot point to another plot point. Even though that's not how stories work. Sometimes stories just have little threads that you can enjoy on their own. They don't have to like connect to one another. Like doing this shit is just gonna overcomplicate everything. You know?
The entire basis of this theory is that some characters despawn and some don't. He literally saw that and was like, oh my god, I figured it out.
That needs an explanation you don't understand.
That right there, the meat leads onto something there.
So what, is Joey the Zodiac Killer or something? Wait a motherfucking second! But the people that said the creator lied to us, that wrote in the walls, the creator lied to us, are former workers of the studio that are like ink creatures that are. I remember like walking through a whole entire room of like these ink creatures that are just like existing and like hanging out in a room, right? Those are former employees, right? But if you kill them, they despawn as well.
Exactly!
So what the fuck?
There is nothing There's nothing concrete there! He just pulled it out of his asshole! He just pulled it out of there and was like, wow! Evidence! Oh my god!
To you. Closer this time? I'm curious. I know news is coming out about a new project.
Nothing!
I know news are coming out about a new project 3 years ago.
See it. You know I'll be
Oh,
here
boy.
waiting to theorize. In the meantime, remember, that's
Just a theory. A game theory.
Thanks for watching.
He did not end this theory with an image of a bendy meme with impact
Hold on.
font.
When you see your crush and try to act cool.
Matt Pat about to do
No way. The game theory Matthew Patrick is a real person.
Bioshock if you
God
walk
damn
off
it.
far away and come back.
Thank you,
know,
Pteroid.
I find it really funny that I said before we watched the Matt Pat stuff, yeah, Matt Pat has a pretty good grasp on Bendy, and then we proceeded to mock him for the entire theory.
Sorry, Matt Pat. Every time I bring him up, I fucking have to bully him for the bullshit he says. I'm sorry. Fucking hell.
I was gonna say, like, I think he has a good, like...
Yeah, he has a pretty good idea what he's talking about, we say, as we start dunking on him for 30 minutes straight.
It's funny, too, because, like, before the stream, I watched this exact theory and was like, yeah. But then, like, literally, as you were watching it, it was almost like the puzzle pieces were clicking in place in my head, and I realized, oh my god, this makes no sense.
Hey, Pastra.
Yeah.
Welcome to the toxic cesspit. That's the mark of the toxic cesspit on the channel. No, we look at bullshit and we realize how fucking awful everything is. That's the mark of the toxic cesspit. Holy fuck.
I like people in chat saying, yeah, sure, Pastra.
Welcome, Pastra. You're an official member now.
Hell yeah.
Fucking cynicism for the win. All right. So, before we get into the major plot revelation that's probably gonna be some dream theory bullshit, let me put on some continue putting on some music for this. There we go, that works. So. Alice's.
Several Alice.
Are they sisters?
Okay, so no.
Okay. Mark that off.
Thing, right? Yeah, mark that off. They're not sisters.
Okay.
So
I don't know why I had the idea.
I mean, they're the same character.
Yeah, one is like, well, literally the same character, but also they're both voice actresses. Only I think that Joey liked Allison more?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
So what it was that Susie was originally going to be the voice actress for Alice, and Susie really liked the role.
Oh.
Like, Susie liked it so much that she wanted people to literally call her Alice in the studio.
Oh, she's a Alice Angel Kinner then.
Exactly. Like, she had been an up-and-coming voice actor who wanted a big role, and when Alice was first being introduced, she saw that as her opportunity to finally become this like character, and she was obsessed with Alice Angel. But the thing was that as she was recording,
Alice is her comfort character.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
But as she was doing recordings for the character, Joey basically came to the conclusion of, she's not the right fit for Alice, I need to find someone else.
Man, this bitch is crazy. I need someone that's more professional than this.
He heard her in the studio and he was like, damn, the fuck, she
Damn,
crazy.
the fuck, bitch!
Never mind, oh my god.
Holy fuck.
Holy crap, and here I thought the songwriter was crazy.
Man, this bitch be crazy.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Alright.
So basically Joey tries to replace her with Allison, who is a much better fit for the character.
Alright.
And Susie is completely heartbroken. She is destroyed by this. And this is happening right around the time that Joey realizes that he needs souls to be put into the ink machine in order to create his cartoon characters. So, because he doesn't really have too much of a regard for Susie as a person,
fuck.
Yeah, actually, Susie's story is so depressing.
Yo, Susie, you want you want to play Alice? You want to play Alice a little bit more? Hey, bitch, you want to become her?
You can play Alice, all right.
Just get into the circle.
Just get into the circle and climb in the funny little test tube. It'll be like Willy Wonka.
All right, so I guess.
So he replaces Susie with Allison, and she's absolutely heartbroken. This happens around the time that he realizes he needs souls to actually create things from the ink machine. And because he doesn't have much of a regard for Susie, and she is very desperate for the role, he offers her the opportunity to become Alice. And a couple of times it's a failure. She describes how the first couple times she went through, she was just some weird blob. But eventually, she came out as Alice Angel. But the whole thing was that she was an imperfect Alice. She was just another one of the Alices that were made. And eventually down the line, Allison was also turned into an Alice herself.
Right.
And Allison came out as like a perfect Alice, which like
I
not to get
don't
too,
know.
I've always hated how people called the developers of the
hold
team
on.
evil because they made questionable decisions.
Hold on a second. Thank you for the
That doesn't make
donation.
them evil, it just makes them flawed like all of us.
Yeah, okay.
It's like calling Scott evil.
Yeah,
for
thank
what
you,
he did.
Afton. Thank you, Afton, the plush guy. So, okay. First of all, are you sure she's perfect? Because, like, she's still covered in ink and she looks kind of human.
Well, I guess
Like
she's
this
not
guy. This guy's
perfect.
literally just a cartoon character, you know?
Okay, you're right about that. For some reason, I don't know why they made Alice look so human compared to the other cartoon characters, but like, she's a much better Alice still than Susie was.
Oh, obviously. Also
like,
much more sane.
Yeah, exactly, right? So that was the whole thing, was that Susie was like a discarded voice actress who was manipulated into being the first person to be a subject of the ink machine, and because she worked, Joey was like, all right, time to do it to everyone, and then everyone started getting thrown into it, which, like, you know, not to get too ranty, but like I really love that as a story, because having Allison kill Susie's Alice at the end of chapter 4 I always thought was really neat, because then you have like literally like you have the character who has the image of Alice but is super evil, and then you have the one that's super good and actually kills them, so it's like literally history repeating itself with their careers. I don't know, I always thought that was neat.
You get fucking replaced, idiot. Wait, yeah, because like we literally meet Allison after like this bitch gets a fucking sword through her chest. Like, fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. She gets replaced.
Literally
by a
replaced
better
on the
Alice
story.
that better represents the character, just like in the past when she was replaced as a voice actress, but this time in a much more dramatic fashion.
Wait,
yeah,
so
that's kind of the whole thing with them.
That's one thing that I want to like get clear. So Tom is just Tom. Does he remember his past as a human?
They don't remember much of the past, but it's one of those things where like it's almost like things from the past that could remind them of who they once were, almost like they feel familiar. Because Allison didn't actually know his name was Tom. She just called him that. I forget what it was, but like when she called him that, he always responded to it as if he just recognized the name instinctively.
So yeah, that's why. So for example, this Boris, which is like another person, acts completely different to this Boris, because this Boris is like Tom, who has a completely different personality as the other guy.
Yeah, exactly.
So they don't remember who they were, but they still have that like imprint of who they once were inside of themselves.
Yeah, it's almost like the person they once were sort of just like sits subconsciously at the back of their mind.
Right. So that's another important question then. Does this mean that this bitch was always crazy from the very beginning, and it's not? Because like, from what I understand, these guys become monsters, like mindless monsters. I think, maybe, kind of.
Yeah,
maybe.
No, you're right.
But the projectionist is not a dude. The projectionist does not talk.
The projectionist functions more like an animal than a person.
But these guys are basically sentient, but they're slightly driven mad by the process. So
it's weird, yeah. Like Susie was always crazy.
Always crazy.
Susie very clearly had issues, and Joey would take advantage of those like obsessive problems she had to get her to do things for him.
Yeah.
But then like, yeah, you've got other characters who just kind of became monstrous and evil.
So
she was, guys. Don't you even try to tell me that Susie didn't have issues. There was literally a tape of her talking about how turned on she was when she was called Alice. I'm not kidding.
Literally?
Yeah, literally, she's like, yeah, I went on a date with Joey Drew. He called me Alice. I liked it. Like, no, that's not normal, guys. That's not normal, guys.
We can fix her. Fuck you, Chad. I kind of want to hear that, actually. Let me try to see if I can find that.
Why are people in the chat acting like this is some big revelation that Susie is unhinged?
Susie Campbell? Audio logs. Let's see. Susie Campbell's all audio logs. Okay. Can you hear that? Hopefully you can hear that. No, you can't. Hold on.
Oh, no.
Alright.
May only be my second month working for Joey Drew, but
I like the FNAF music.
I can already tell I'm gonna love it here. People really seem to enjoy my Alice Angel voice.
Yeah, no, Pastra's right. She was always insane. Thank you, Little Jet.
Just wait till later. She gets unhinged, man.
I voiced everything from talking chairs to dancing chickens, but this is the first character I really felt a connection with. She's a part of me.
Oh.
We're going places.
Oh. Alright.
Everything feels like it's coming apart. When I walked into the recording booth today, Sammy was there with that Allison. Apparently, I didn't get the memo. Alice Angel will now be voiced by Miss Allison Pendle.
Haha, fuck you, loser.
A part of me died when he said that. There's gotta be a way to fix this. Who would have
It's not out of order.
Me
It's out of
having
order.
lunch with
Okay.
Joey Drew. Apparently times are tougher than I thought. For a moment there, I thought I'd be stuck with the check. But I gotta say, he wasn't at all what I expected. Quite the charmer.
Huh?
He even called me Alice.
Oh.
I liked it.
Yeah!
Yeah!
You think that's normal, chat? You think that's normal?
Yeah, that's a little bit weird.
For the role. Absolutely perfect. Now Joey's going around saying things behind closed doors. I can always tell. Now he wants to meet again tomorrow. Says he has an opportunity for me. I'll hear him out. But if that smooth talker thinks he can double-cross an angel and get away with it...
Oh!
Well, he's got another thing coming. Alice?
She's normal, guys. The ink machine ruined her.
Don't worry, Pastra, we can fix her. We can fix her. Chat is fucking crazy.
No, chat, I'm telling you, the ink machine didn't make her crazy. It literally just, like, provoked her obsession. She like, biologically became Alice, and she just got worse because that was, like,
You're like,
literally,
yeah,
what was
fuck
already
yeah,
wrong with her.
motherfucker. Oh,
And also
boy.
the ink demon slapped her in the face.
The ink machine literally just enabled her obsessions.
Exactly. Like,
Wait
it
a
enabled what was
motherfucking
already wrong
second,
with
that's
her.
the same thing that happened to Bertram. Like, Bertram literally was obsessed with this fucking carnival until he literally became part of his attraction thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's one of the big things is that, like, a lot of these characters that are really crazy, the ink machine almost just enabled what was already wrong with them and made them worse.
Oh, so it's not a thing of, like, they literally return into an animalistic state. They literally just worsen what they were before, or, like, any mental hang-ups that they had. Wait, so what the fuck is up with Sammy Lawrence, then?
Sammy was always a creep.
Really? Again?
Dude, Sammy, I'm not joking. If you listen to his tapes in chapter 2, he talks about, every artist has their sanctuary. And mine's right back here. And you could go into a sanctuary, which he built for himself before he was an ink monster, and there's, like, drawings everywhere. He has a toilet in there so he never had to leave.
What? Oh!
Sammy was crazy beforehand, too.
Alright, so... the fuck's up with this weirdo, then? The projectionist.
I don't even know what... Okay, the projectionist was kind of a creep, because, like, he talks in one of his tapes, he talks about how, like, he talks about, like, that projectionist, they don't even know when he's watching.
What?
When I'm right behind him.
Whoa, okay.
So he was a bit of a creep, too. Like, long story short, a lot of the people who worked for
What the
Joey
fuck kind of
were
creep?
creeps.
What the fuck kind of people does Joey hire? Holy shit. Also, oh fuck. Okay. That's gonna neat. I kinda like that. Yeah.
A lot of the characters. That's one of the things. Like, a lot of people ask me, like, what is it you like about Bendy? If you think the game is like there's a lot of problems with it. It's like one of the things I really do like is actually the characters. I think the characters are really interesting. Yeah, he's a creepy boy. Bertram, I swear to God, has like a god complex.
I don't know what the fuck to put with him. Alright, so if you don't have some kind of weird mental hang-up or, like, obsession, you just become a regular ink person, then? Are these people not crazy?
I'm not too sure if that's, like, a rule or anything. It's just kind of a theme I noticed. it's just kind of a theme I noticed between a lot of the characters who actually do have personalities, is that like they were kind of bad to begin with.
Right.
I wouldn't consider that like a concrete rule. I feel like you'll just get confused if we start operating with that logic.
Yeah, cause Allison is just normal, so
yeah, she's just a nice
person. And
Tom's
Tom,
a bit of a dick, but like he's fine.
Tom slapped my fucking food out of my fucking table when in chapter 5. That's about it.
I mean, and that bacon soup looked rancid anyway.
Yeah. Is that made of ink? I'm not sure.
Probably. It probably is.
All right. I think we have mostly everything kind of maybe figured out. Let me read the donations because there were a lot of donations. Thank you, Little Jet Games again. Thank you, Afton Plush Guy. Hey, Phisnom, have you heard of Mr. Hop's Playhouse? Nope. No idea what that is. Susie is the real Alice Angel simp. Jesus. Thank you, Emily Gorbord. Afton the Plush Guy. I've always hated how people call the developers of Batim evil because they made questionable decisions. That doesn't make them evil, it just makes them flawed like the rest of us. Yeah, but they're assholes though.
I just think they're assholes and I think they're extremely unprofessional. I don't think they're evil, but like they should be criticized.
Oh yeah, but are you a fucking kid? Of course they're not evil. Like, people are not evil, they're flawed. Right? But that doesn't mean they're not fucking cunts.
No,
know?
they're assholes, man.
They
watch
fucking,
any of the videos on it.
They fired like 50 plus people out of their studio, fucking left people without severance pay, and then fucking bought themselves like fucking giant mansions and cars with fucking Bendy license plates on them. Like, fuck off.
And then they stole fan art and used it in multiple official products.
And over and over and over. Like, yeah, like Pastra, like Pastra, like you like this series, you love this series, you've been obsessed with the lore, you've studied it and all that. But like even a hardcore fan can agree that the developers are fucking cunts, right?
Obviously, yeah. I mean, like I enjoy Bendy because I always separate art from the artist.
Yeah.
Not because I'm like they did nothing wrong. Like,
Fired on the holidays too. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, Afton Plush Guy, yeah, duh, they're not evil. You like Mike Mood is not gonna go on, like, on a live stream and, like, take off his fucking face and reveals he's literally the devil. But just because they're flawed, it doesn't mean that they're not assholes. Like, what the fuck? Anyways, thank you for the donation. You should mess with MatPat by adding, like, some newspaper clipping around in, like, lore and then put it in a very small font somewhere and just put the words InfoWars or something. Yeah, just driving fucking nuts. Honeybean super chatted $5. I like MatPat, but I think his problem is that he acts like people take his theories too seriously. He literally says, it's just a theory, a game theory at the end. Like, yeah, no, it's just a theory, man. Thank you, Mr. Maniac. Thank you, Teroy. Thank you, Ham and Helly. Thank you, Legit Games. Thank you, Cooper. Thank you, Channel Creepix. Thank you so much. Hell yeah. Oh boy. Ostomus Alex donated and said, I believe Sammy was also kind of racy in the books, but Sammy fans don't believe it. What the fuck is up? What?
In one of the books dealt with like really bizarre topics. Like there was one book that had to do with like World War II stuff, and I believe there was like a whole thing with like Sammy being racist. I don't really read the Bendy books though. I only really know like 1 or 2 pieces of lore from the Bendy books.
Racist?
Put a question mark.
Chad, can you go into that more, Chad? Like, I don't know anything about that. Chad, can you explain, Chad, please? Thank you, typical artist.
I mean, if Sammy was racist, that is probably like the least of his problems.
The iconic Sammy Lawrence racism.
Oh my god, he's a cultist and a murderer and like a general creep, but I don't think I can like this guy anymore. I found out recently he was racist.
Are we gonna cancel Sammy Lawrence on Twitter?
We gotta cancel Sammy Lawrence. Look, when he was cutting off people's heads with an axe, I was okay with that.
But I draw the line at racism.
The moment he starts making racist remarks, oh, I thought, you think you know a guy.
Also,
honestly.
TigeraRainbowra also made some fan art of the stream, so let's look at that real quick.
Oh my god, I love her art so much. She makes
Yeah,
so much good stuff
Tigera's
for me.
fucking great. She's great. Her
Oh
art is
my God.
amazing. Watching Phisnom's stream featuring Pastra talking about Bendy and Phil thinking the whole thing is Satanism gave me an idea. Yeah, fuck yeah, Satan!
So good, oh my god.
This is an infinitely superior fucking design for like final boss Bendy than what we got in chapter 5.
Oh no, final boss Bendy, like I like the design, but I also feel like it could have been infinitely better.
Satan! Well, the problem that I have with his design, dude, is that he has like fucking little short man legs. Like he doesn't fucking use his legs at all. Which, by the way, does that hint at Joey some more? Is that a thing?
I don't know, but I like it because I think it's funny.
It's so fucking funny. He holds himself up with his fucking arms. It's like he has never fucking used his legs, which I guess could make sense if like Joey is stuck in a wheelchair and he becomes Bendy, but that dropped that whole that thing was fucking dropped.
They had big
I want to be ripped.
I want to be ripped, but fuck my legs.
Mike Mood just bought a good car.
Hashtag Sammy is over party. I won't say, after the plush guy, I won't say they're assholes, they were just overambitious. No, they're absolutely fucking assholes. Have you heard Mike Mood speak?
Okay, listen, anyone in the chat who does not think Mike Mood is an asshole, there is nobody on the planet who would ever buy a car with the license plate Ink Demon and not be an asshole!
That's like confirmed at that point, you know?
That's like me using like YouTube earnings and buying an orange car with the license plate Clyde. You'd think I'm an asshole.
Alright, thank you Little Jet Games as well. Also thank you Tigera, fucking everyone please. Everyone here, literally everyone on the chat right now, go follow TigeraRainbowra on Twitter because like she's the best and she makes great stuff. So thank you.
Such good art.
Thank you so much for that once again. All right. All right. All right. I fucking love the Groundhog Day fucking.
So good. I think that was.
I hated Henry at the like when we started the stream, but now that I see him as this fucking god that has been going through this entire game over and over again, and he's canonically bored of it all, I love it. I love it. I freaking love it.
If there's one thing I was really hoping you'd have a good takeaway from with this stream, it was the stupid like Groundhog Day thing with Henry.
Yeah, fuck it. Henry is good. I like him. Can't wait for the Phi car. Never. I have enough self-awareness that I would never in my fucking life like selfie myself showing my 2 cars based on my fucking stupid internet mascot thing saying, hey guys, look, I just bought a 2nd car and I named him the Ink Demon. Yeah, look at me. I live in a mansion. Look at me. What a fucking clown.
Imagine naming your car.
Holy fuck. No, imagine like calling your car a she. Oh, she's perfect. Look at that.
God, I hate him so much. I love the game, but God, do I hate him.
All right. Chat. Is there anything we should fucking talk about before we move on for this? Okay, for the list, I have why is Henry an idiot? We talked about that. Why is Bendy such a prick? Literally because he's a soulless husk. So remove that. Why is Joey such a prick? We also talked about that in length. What happened in that ending? Chat, is there anything else we're left to do? Chat. Let's see. Did we discuss the Sammy hot topic? Yes.
It's time for sleep. Gets cancelled on Twitter for being racist.
Sheep, it's time to sleep. Gets cancelled on Twitter for being racist. God damn it, Corey. Afton, the plush guy, super chat at $5. Okay, maybe Mike is flawed, but the true creator... The true creator, the Meatly, is a good person who worked his hardest to create this dream game. Dude, you're fucking reach.
I'm so sorry, but that is like, listen, you're allowed to like the game while admitting that the creators are bad people.
Look, dude, you keep donating. Please don't donate, because you're not gonna convince us on this. I'm sorry, Afton the plush guy, but you do understand that the people that fired those 50 employees were the board of the fucking company, right? Like, Mike Mood was not the sole person that decided that. Like, the Meatly, Mike Mood, and the third guy whose name escapes me were the ones that had to be in agreement for that to happen, right? Like, the Meatly is just as fucking bad as Mike Mood, dude. He just doesn't talk about it publicly on Twitter. Just because someone doesn't act like an asshole publicly on Twitter, it doesn't mean that they're fucking a good person or whatever. Like, come on! Come on!
It's not like Mike Mood was some evil dictator that was like, this is what is happening. Like, no.
No. Oh, come on. I'm sorry, Afton, but, like, you're not gonna convince us on this. Like, the Meatly literally did not apologize, nor ever wanted to bring this up, because he doesn't fucking care. It's like, you're not gonna convince us on this. I'm sorry, dude. Anyways, let's move on from that. I'm sorry. You were donating so hard to explain how they were good people, but no. Just no.
You are allowed to like media that is made by bad people if it doesn't like leak into the product itself.
Yeah.
I feel like you can separate art from the artist.
If your product does not contain the actual blood of like mine babies,
well, yeah.
Then come on. It's fine. Anyways, so let's move on from that. Number 7. Dude, I finished the game, and I fucking thought that ending is the worst. It is pointless and stupid. Can you tell me what the fuck is up with the ending of Bendy and the Ink Machine?
Okay, so I have my own personal theory that I have been working on since the release of my previous Bendy video that I want to make as a video, but I'm gonna talk about it here.
Imagine if Scott rolled up in the Phisnom.
I cannot give you an answer that's concrete, though. I cannot give you an answer that is like, this is for a fact what happened. Because they made it ambiguous on purpose. They wanted people to not know what the hell happened. So, my personal theory is that the ending of Bendy is supposed to show us, that Joey Drew and all the events of the game were created as almost one final spectacle that Joey Drew wanted to use to tell the story of how his life literally fell apart.
Is it like a metaphor? Like a dream metaphor thing?
I don't believe it's necessarily a metaphor, but like, I'll run you through my thought process here, right?
All right.
So I personally believe that one of the biggest themes that we see present in Bendy is the idea of like this obsession with the spectacle and making something bigger and better than what is currently being shown. We saw it when the cartoon started and Joey saw something was going with it. We saw it when he wanted to start a Bendy Land. We saw it when he was, making the giant toy store. Joey was always obsessed with making one big step forward to make a bigger and greater spectacle out of his creations.
Right.
What I personally think what the game is that Joey, after everything that happened, his life started completely falling apart and everything was going wrong. Like, all his workers were being sacrificed to this ink machine. The ink demon was this terrifying monster. And what ended up happening was that Joey used the ink machine to essentially he wanted to tell his story and how his life fell apart as almost one final massive spectacle that he could actually sell to people. And he wanted Henry to be the main character of that because he was the one that started everything.
Did he literally make the game?
And yeah, that's what I believe, is that Joey sat down and planned out the events of the game and used the events of the game to tell the story of how his world and his life completely fell apart. That is why
that's the table! The table with the storyboards!
The table with the storyboard is him planning how the story ends, because his life isn't over yet. He doesn't know how his life's going to end, so when he's making this grand spectacle of his life, he had to figure out how to make those events happen, how to make that story go on.
Hold on, I need to find the fucking storyboard so I can show it on stream. Does anybody have an image for that fucking... because for the people that just tuned in, because, like, I talked about this at the very beginning of the stream, and we said that we were gonna get to it, like, now. Essentially, what the reason why I'm doing this, like the literal only reason for why I'm doing this, is because after I finished my Bendy and the Ink Machine stream on the channel, I went and looked before you get to the kitchen with Joey, and I saw that Joey had a fucking table with some storyboards, and those storyboards literally showed like ink, demon bullshit, and monsters, and not cartoons, like literally just actual monsters. And I was like, what the fuck is up with that? And that's literally the only reason why we're doing this, because I want to clarify what that is and see if it's like interesting. And currently, did he literally make Bendy and the Ink Machine? Did Joey Drew literally make Bendy and the Ink Machine?
I personally believe that Joey created the game Bendy and the Ink Machine as one final massive spectacle that he could, like, monetize and market. Because we see throughout the game that Joey becomes so obsessed with the idea of spectacle so that he could sell it.
Right.
We saw that with Bendyland. He
Fucking
was
found
obsessed.
it.
He was obsessed with that amusement park.
Fucking found it. These are the textures for the drawings that appear at the table in the Chapter 5 ending. So yeah, this is literally what... Yeah, there we go. He literally was title! Bendy and the Ink Machine! There you fucking go!
Yeah, literally. And
literally the game.
I believe that that's the whole thing, though, because I personally feel like the whole idea of Joey creating spectacle is too common through the game for that not to be a big core theme of the story.
Is that fucking Sammy with a machine gun? With a shotgun?
Gun.
What?
And what looks to be a cooler Alice boss fight than anything we got with her.
And Bendy winning?
Yeah, because that was one of the things, was that I believe when Joey was writing up the storyboards for this game, he didn't know if he wanted his old partner to win or if he wanted Bendy to kill him.
And concepts. Yeah.
And that's what I believe it was, because, like, I feel like it just makes too much sense for someone like Joey. Joey was willing to literally, like, sell people's souls for the sake of spectacle.
Shotgun?
Of course he would turn his own life's tragedy into something he could market.
Right.
And, like, I believe, too, that the ink machine that you see in Joey's house is the actual real ink machine, and the one we see in the game was just a recreation of it that he made to tell the story.
Oh, fuck off. So literally the actual reason as to why everything in the studio looks like it's made out of, like, ink and paper is because it's literally ink and paper?
Exactly, and the whole thing with, like, why is the studio so big? Why is there a toy store under it? Why is there an amusement park? It isn't literally the studio. It is fragments of Joey's history, which are being put together to tell his story as, like, one massive spectacle. And you're traveling through the events of his life story and experiencing all the horrors that he brought with it. In his obsession and in his pursuit of spectacle.
I like some guy on the chat saying, Joey, your fucking story sucks!
Joey, come on!
Joey, why the fuck did you add so many fucking fetch quests to your story, Joey? You fucking idiot! Wow, you definitely needed fucking Henry to tell better stories, you fucking prick. Oh.
I see a lot of people in the chat saying they hope I'm wrong, but nobody in the chat saying I am wrong.
Okay, that's the mark of a good theory. No, okay, chat. Like, okay, I'm agreeing with Pastra here, mostly because if he is wrong about what he's saying, what the fuck does this mean? title, Bendy and the Ink Machine.
That's the thing, right? My original theory, my original theory for this game's story is that it's supposed to be some kind of purgatory that Henry's trapped in, but that doesn't explain the storyboard. That doesn't explain the concepts. This explanation that I came up with not only explains the sort of surreal nature of the environment, it doesn't only explain like Joey's dialogue at the end, but it also fits with Joey as a character and explains this really confusing piece of lore.
Joey is just playing D&D with Henry. Wait, does that mean that when Joey invited Henry over to the apartment, he literally whacked him over the head and then put him into the ink machine in this apartment?
That's what I personally think. I personally think that that letter was luring Henry over, and the reason we see that letter at the start of the game is because, like, that's the last thing he remembers hearing from Joey before he was literally kidnapped and forced into Joey's little spectacle. And
actually, you know what? That would actually make sense with the way that you've been explaining how the ink machine works, because here on the stream, here we talked about how Alice, Susie Alice, literally had to go through the ink machine dozens and dozens and dozens of times to get into the state that she is currently at, you know? Like, she started out as a blob, then slowly became more like Alice. So, with this fucking weird loop, if the actual meaning of the loop is that, like Joey is putting Henry through the ink machine, literally putting Henry through the ink machine and the story over and over and over again until he gets it right, that actually fucking, like, makes some kind of sense. Because it means that, like, Henry is making at least slightly a little bit of progress as he goes along in the game, you know?
And also,
it makes sense with the way that the ink machine works, that you put characters and people and souls like through the same process over and over and over and over again to refine them, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And, like, I also think that, funnily enough, it explains that old line that Joey had about like being able to cheat death with like a dream.
Holy shit, clearly, he's a beta tester. Yeah.
No, that line was clearly meant to allude to him being Bendy, but it kind of takes on a different meaning with the ending, where it's like cheating death as in like literally constantly replaying the story that he created over and over again and almost immortalizing his life story through it.
Right.
The ink machine immortalized Joey's story, and Henry is the one like actually telling it by us experiencing it through him.
Does that mean that nobody inside of the world of Bendy and the Ink Machine is actually a real person? The only real person is Henry?
That is the one part of my theory that I have been trying to figure out, is whether or not this would mean that these are recreations of those original people and Henry's the only real person, or if he took these people that were already like this and just threw them into
just threw them into a fucking machine in the world of the Ink Machine. Yeah.
Funny little story. Like...
Well, okay, so I guess we could, like, start to, like, mention the sequel for this, because I did watch the trailer for Bendy and the Dark Revival, and the thing with the Dark Revival is that you literally see an actual real world with, like, flesh people, normal people with Aubrey and shit, and eventually she, in the trailer, she becomes ink and gets into the world of Bendy and the Ink Machine. So, I guess she went through the same process that Henry did, in which she literally got shoved into the machine and has to go through the same kind of story, right?
Yeah, exactly. That was the big thing about the Dark Revival that, like, kept on, like, vexing me when I saw any promotional material for it, is if we're not playing as Henry, but the whole point of the original Bendy is that it is Henry in the loop, and only Henry can continue the story, because it was made for Henry to loop through, then, like, what is the Dark Revival about then?
Yeah.
Because what is her relevance to the story?
That's actually kind of fascinating. So you're literally a new character inside of this old story, and you're kind of breaking the loop. You're breaking the story up because you're literally not meant to be there before,
I had a
right?
serious discussion with
yeah, like I almost like to think that like maybe this new character was one who wandered into this sort of perfect endless cycle that Joey has running like clockwork, and almost her being there becomes a rogue element that starts to make the story fall apart.
That's
and
interesting. That's interesting, actually. Also, After the Plush says, can't believe I had a serious discussion with the developer of my favorite FNAF game. Thank you, Afton. I gotta admit, that was fun. Thank you. You're very welcome, but also thank you for the donations. Anyways, okay, so that's actually interesting, because then you're kind of breaking the loop that it was established at the start, in the original game.
And the main tagline of the game is "Break the Cycle."
Oh, really?
That is literally that is like the main thing that keeps getting repeated in promotional stuff for Bendy and the Dark Revival is "Break the Cycle."
Oh,
that
so
was a
that's
teaser.
Oh, so that's literally confirmed then. It's literally a story about someone like jumping into this story that has been running for hundreds of thousands of loops, and then literally breaking what is supposed to happen.
Yeah, what I
that's
personally think is going on, like Bendy and the Ink Machine feels like every single piece that's supposed to be at play. The only person who came into the story that was originally not there was Henry, but the story was made for him, so it all worked like clockwork.
Right.
But the Dark Revival, we see Audrey, who I don't think is meant to be a part of that world, and she just walks into it and completely just throws everything out of the loop, and everything gets messed up because of her just being there.
And also that weird guy with a fucking blank white eye. I don't know what's up with him.
Afton.
I don't know what's up with him, but what he was called like Wilson or some shit?
Something like that.
Yeah. I think he is also doing some bullshit because he seems to also be a character inside of the story as well, but he was not in there in the original. Because, like, what I'm taking is everything in Bendy and the Ink Machine, the game, is what Joey intended it to be. So characters like Wilson or Aubrey that are going to appear in the new game are completely alien concepts that he was not prepared for. So, I guess the idea of the Dark Revival is literally just completely breaking the story apart that was set up in the original game.
Yeah, like, it almost feels like part of me likes to think that Wilson's actual, relevance in the story is almost that he discovers how how Joey made the Ink Machine and how he was able to create this world and almost tries to mess with it and, like,
rewatch the trailer. Like, the IRL Ink Machine is behind Wilson after... What?
So maybe he actually gets a hold of the original Ink Machine. Maybe he steals it, or maybe he finds out how to recreate it.
Hold on. Let's see. Bendy and the Dark Revival trailer. Let's see.
I think that the ink creatures got trapped in the machine world because Joey had to hide them somewhere.
I've seen this trailer so many times.
Let me screen share this with you. It keeps closing the screen share. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I've been saying this, but I want to be heard. What if Henry isn't a cartoon being sold by Joey? Yeah, that's what we're talking about, but... Wait, no! Like, did he actually sell it, or... Let's see.
That's the part that I'm really like, I don't know about.
Let's see. We're gonna... Okay, yeah, chat, now it's time to actually fucking watch Bendy and the Dark Revival trailer. Because, like, I gotta be honest, if the entire story is a fucking, like, weird product of the Ink Machine that Joey made, that he's forcing Henry to go through, and the concept of the second game is breaking that story, that is actually genuinely unironically fascinating.
Yeah, right?
As
I'm
a concept.
really interested.
Even though, Joey, I gotta be fucking honest, Joey, your story's a piece of shit, I hated it, it's horrible. Like, the ending literally doesn't make sense. Go fuck yourself, Joey. But going into the story and messing it up sounds like an infinitely more fascinating story. You know?
Gotta give him credit where it's due. He's from, like, the 1930s. Man made a game from the 1930s.
Made a Vimeo game. Alright.
Another late night,
yeah, this is Aubrey.
You can do this, Audrey.
I like that it's actually colored. Like, he has a red bow tie now.
Yeah, it isn't all just yellow and black.
Yeah, so this is the real world, then. This is the actual studio, then?
This has got to be like the real Joey Drew Studios, because she was storyboarding for Bendy.
Yeah, she's...
Another late night.
Oh my fucking god. That's why the entire place doesn't make sense, and it's a giant fucking infinite building, because it literally doesn't matter, because it's a fake building with random bullshit on it with different types of, like, levels and buildings and shit.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier.
That's why you said the carnival didn't matter if it went out or not, cause it's literally just a part of the story. Man, Joey fucking sucks at world building.
Yeah, right? But like that's what I was saying with my theory is that the environment doesn't make sense because it's not the real place.
Right. I thought that it didn't need to make sense because the ink just made bullshit happen. Like it was just, oh, it was the ink's fault that it doesn't make sense. But no, this is literally Joey made a bad story.
Joey's just a bad writer, and she got rid of Henry, and Henry was the one talented person, so Joey was like, I'll do it myself, but then Joey can't do anything, he's useless.
You know what? That's... I gotta give the Meatly, I gotta give the Joey Drew Studios studio props. That is a fantastic way of saying, don't worry, guys. It's bad on purpose.
Don't worry, guys. We made this game bad, and we know we did. It was all part of our master plan. Your puppets.
That's the best takesies backsies ever. No, it was completely justified. It's a do-over. It was supposed to be bad. Don't worry, guys. This is the new game. This new game is gonna be good. I promise.
Everyone complaining about Chapter 5 and immediately with tears running down his face is just as planned.
Oh, that's fucking perfect. That is the best
revival.
excuse for bad writing I have ever seen. Don't worry, guys. The story doesn't matter. It's fine that it's bad because it was the creator of the studio that actually made it bad. Don't worry. No. This doesn't count. This one doesn't count. Don't worry, guys.
No, don't blame us, guys. Joey's the bad writer. Joey's the bad writer.
That's delicious. That's fucking delicious. Holy shit.
I love this game.
Oh, that's fucking... Okay, you know what? That's fucking stupid. I love it.
I love it so much. You see what I mean when I say, like, Bendy is my favorite horror game, but I admit there's problems? The problems are hilarious.
Oh, that's fucking so funny. That is so fucking funny.
It's so good, man.
Oh. Alright. Don't worry, guys, it didn't count.
Joey fired 50 people.
Holy shit, that's why they named themselves Joey Drew Studios. That's why they're real developers.
He wanted the fans to get him first.
Don't worry, guys, it's meta.
We're so meta and cool, guys.
Oh, Schrodinger's ink demon. Oh my god, that's literally the fucking ink machine right there. That's literally, you're covering it up with your avatar, but that's literally the fucking ink machine. Yeah, that's it. That's literally it.
He either found out how to recreate it or he stole it.
By the way, this guy is so fucking evil.
I know. He literally looks like a friggin' villain from Austin Powers.
Okay, have you ever seen fucking Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Yes! Oh my god.
Okay, so the moment that I saw this motherfucker, I have no context for I had no context for any of the story before this point, but the moment that I saw this motherfucker on the trailer, I thought, this bitch is a cartoon! This bitch is Dr. Doom from Who Framed Roger Rabbit, where this fucking toon disguises himself as a real person, but can't fucking control himself. So, he literally has the most cartoonishly evil mannerisms in the world. Like, this guy's literally, like, rubbing his hands with evil, you know?
Dude, deadass, that would be an awesome twist. Like, I'd actually live for that.
Fucking Dr. Doom!
Off the mask and he was Bendy the whole time. It was I!
He is so evil. He loves it. His bald, fucking wide eye with a scar running down his face, and literally rubbing his fucking like little hands like, I'm so evil.
God, this bastard probably owns a black car called the Ink Demon. He's giving me those vibes, man.
Don't worry though, he's not an evil person, he's just flawed.
He's not not evil though, guys. He's just unprofessional.
Wilson is just flawed.
What's doing the ink machine? He's like, oh, that wasn't supposed to happen.
Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking cry.
Whoopsie doopsie.
Alright, and then she goes into the fucking... Is she literally gonna get shoved into the fucking ink machine?
In the tube.
Into the tube you go, motherfucker.
Children of the machine.
Oh, I'm fucking crying. That's the best. Oh, that's literally the place I went to in chapter 3.
Yeah, that's the Heavenly Toys from chapter 3, and that's part of the reason I think that this is literally like the same story that you are breaking
the cycle.
Into. You're literally breaking the cycle by being a part of it.
Is the setting of the game literally called The Cycle? Because that's rad if that's the case.
Yeah, The Cycle is actually the name of the setting.
Oh, that's fucking cool. That's dumb. I love it. It's fucking dumb. I love it.
This game, like, when it's cool in the most cheesy ways.
Like, listen to him. Listen to him.
I ask just a little favor. There is a stranger. Bring her to me.
Literally, like, rubbing his hands like, yeah, bring the girl to me. Bring the girl and wipe away the dead, Booker. Bring them to me. Yeah. Oh,
I find it
my
interesting
fucking
too,
God.
though, that his title is the man who killed the ink demon.
Right.
Because, like, I think that alludes even more to the fact that, like, he found a way to, like, actually either recreate or actually steal the ink machine and get into the cycle, and he used it to almost, like, he's almost, like, trying to manipulate it, like he's trying to make it his own little world.
Well, he's a fucking... Well, he's a fucking, like, a real person outside of the machine thing, so... He could literally... I don't know how this process fucking works, because I found out about it recently, but... It's literally just write a piece... Imagine, like, writing a piece of paper, and it's saying, the ink demon is dead, and then fucking shoving it through the machine, and that just happens. It just happens.
He just faxed it in there, and it just started appearing everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh yes, they're seeing it now. They're seeing my cool little posters. Oh my god, I'm so cool.
What a fucking loser. What a fucking loser. Well, at least that's better than fucking Joey that literally doesn't appear at all in the actual story of the game. Like, Joey made the entire story but didn't actually insert himself into it. Like, Wilson is actually seemingly controlling this world now.
He's almost like some kind of, like, dungeon master.
Yeah! That's also similar to BioShock 2 in a way, because after the death of the founder of Rapture in BioShock 1, in BioShock 2, a new leader takes the place of Andrew Ryan, and it essentially does the exact opposite of what he was doing in the first game. So if the developers are continuing to rip off BioShock, then that makes complete sense for Wilson to be the new leader of this ink world.
It also makes sense because, like, Joey was an old decrepit man. Like, anything could have happened when he eventually just passed away.
Did he pass away?
Well, eventually he was going to. He's an old man.
I suppose.
At least I think so.
Did you see my Audrey theory donation? Yeah, Afton. There's a theory that Audrey is the daughter of Henry because in her office there's a picture of Henry's Bendy portrait seen at the end of Bendy and the Ink Machine. Let's see.
Another crazy deadline.
That would be so weird though, because Henry's trapped in the cycle and she's a grown woman.
Right, but how much time passes in the cycle versus how much real time passes in the real world, you know?
Yeah, and like, also like, I also personally believe that like, if Henry has a daughter, that's also like the voice we're hearing at the end of Bendy, because you hear that little girl's voice.
Oh, tell me another one, Uncle
story.
Joey.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's probably like Henry's daughter.
Huh. I guess that could be cool. Let's continue the trailer. Ghent! Ghent! That's the company that you told me about.
Yeah, they were the people that built the ink machine.
Joey was that DM, so the players switched games. Joey's Dungeons and Dragons game got taken over by this motherfucking Doctor Doom looking motherfucker.
Yeah, you saw friggin' Joey's campaign in RPG Horror Stories.
Almost everyone here either can't speak or they're completely mad.
That's true, actually. That's accurate.
It's just the Bendy fandom summed up.
Oh, she looks ugly as fuck now. That's the redesign for Alice. Allison.
That's the redesign for Allison.
Yeah.
I think she looks better.
It's just like the giant bug eyes, you know?
She always had really weird bug eyes, though.
You need some help.
Don't touch me.
Above everything else, stay away from the ink demon.
Is anything in the trailer giving you Bioshock vibes? Dude, Aubrey literally looks like fucking, like Elizabeth from Bioshock Infinite.
He likes to smile.
The Meatly's been known for taking tons of Bioshock inspo.
Quote-unquote, inspo.
Yeah, I'm being generous when I say that. I'm being
it's
nice.
fine. Wilson, before dumping Audrey into the machine. Remember me, Audrey? When I killed your father, I talked just like this! Thank you. Thank you, user Yeeted. I fucking love Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
If Wilson doesn't get crushed by a steamroller...
I want him to be a cartoon so badly. That's the evil.
That's the evil Alice, yeah.
Wait, hold on. It literally doesn't even matter if she survived at the end of chapter 3 or not, because it could literally be another loop then. It could literally happen in any other loop in the cycle.
This could be at literally any point in the cycle, and Alice will just be back, so long as it's before she's dead.
Huh.
And even then, there's a chance she could come back, because we see characters like the Projectionist get shot up in chapter 3.
Yeah. Afton the Plush says, I believe Bendy and the Dark Revival will take place 10 years after. Alright, yeah, whatever. You won't find the frame picture in the trailer. Look at the studio's webpage. Alright, we will do that later. Thank you, Cooper. Fucking Dishonored, like, Blink mechanic.
Jumped at him like Foxy.
Bendy?
I like that one!
Boy.
I like that one! He's a baby boy! Look at the scrunkly dunkly! Look at him!
Bender.
Look at how, like, his animated face. Like, I love the way that he's animated in here. What a fucking scrunkly dunkly. What a little spunky donkey.
Little perfect boy. Looks like my Bendy figurine.
Okay, who the fuck's soul got put into this boy for him to be so perfect?
I remember somebody
Henry?
saying they think it's Henry, yeah. I don't think
that
it's
would
Henry,
make sense.
I feel like it could make sense.
Literally
sure
shove the creator of Bendy into Bendy. Well, okay, you know, hold on. If you're going to make a game about how you're going to break the cycle, and if Wilson is the one that got rid of the ink demon, you're not gonna have Henry walking around, right? Actually, do you know how Henry looks like?
We never see Henry.
Oh. That's 200% Henry then.
In fact, in the archive, there's where it's showing off all the models. You see the one for Henry, and it's just an empty plate. There's nothing there. And if you stand on it, you get an achievement called like "Here I am."
Yeah. Okay. Wait. No. That's literally just Henry then, because like if you're going to have to get to make the cycle, to break the cycle, if Wilson wants to like take over the cycle as like a concept, to basically play God with it, you're going to have to take care of the two major players in it, which is like Bendy the Ink Demon and Henry the player. And since Henry doesn't actually have a way like a visual for what he looks like, it makes total fucking sense to put the creator of Bendy into the cartoon character Bendy. Oh, that
actually is a really good point.
That's thematic and shit. You know?
That's like poetic.
That's poetic and shit. Yeah.
And Joey loves poetic irony.
Okay, wait, hold on. Pastra?
Yeah.
We're both gonna play Dark Revival when it comes out, right? I'm gonna be playing it on Saturday, but that's because I stream on the weekends.
Yeah, I'm playing it on release day.
I'm gonna call it right now.
Okay.
That's fucking Henry right there.
Okay, you're calling it Henry?
I'm calling it. I don't know if you're gonna agree with me on this. I don't know if you have another theory for it, but I'm just gonna say, for everybody on the chat, call me a fucking dumbass if it well, don't call me a dumbass. That's gonna be a spoiler. I don't want to get spoiled for this, but just when the game happens, just remind yourselves that Phil fucking call it with it being Henry. Just remind yourselves of that.
No, wait, Phil, no, you can't say that. They're gonna change it now. You're predicting it. They're gonna retcon it.
They're gonna retcon it fucking 2 days before the game comes out?
All they gotta do is change one line out where he goes, Henry, and instead of it being like Wally Franks, and then Bendy goes like, I'm out of here.
Fuck off. Oh my, like, if Mike Mood is watching this live streaming, he's fucking sweating.
He is like shaking his chair, he's like, no, how?
We need to change it right now. Hire 50 more employees so they can change the fucking lines on the game and then fire them the moment the game comes out. We need to change the shit.
I will hire as many employees as necessary to retcon this 2 days before.
I'm calling that's Henry. That's 100%.
Right.
That's Henry.
Alright, I mean, like, I can't tell you if you're right or wrong whenever I play the game because I'm playing it way before you do.
Alright,
but
this
I
boy
will wait.
equal Henry. There we go.
Dude, I will wait for when you stream that game, and whenever it gets revealed, whoever that Bendy is, I will be there to either, like, congratulate you or scream, I told you not.
I told you not. Well, you're not disagreeing with me right now.
I'm not disagreeing. It's a possibility. I don't necessarily think it's true, but I think it's a possibility.
They're gonna retcon it, man. Caleb fucking... Yeah, you know what? If I'm right, then I fucking called it. If I'm wrong, they changed it. They changed it.
You make your own little theory video. You dig into the files. It's like, yeah, there's the Henry voice.
The Henry theory. All right.
Now, what if the little Bendy is Joey and they're doubling back on what the original twist was gonna be?
Fucking, they compressed Joey with a fucking like pneumatic piston into the shape of fucking Bendy.
Oh, man, I'm small now. I feel small.
All right. Somebody said, Cooper W. Caldwell super chatted $5 and said, "You won't find the picture frame in the trailer. Look at the studio's webpage." All right. Can you give me the link to that, please? I don't know where it... webpage, Bendy and the Dark Revival. Man, I'm calling it super fucking hard.
There's a very real possibility.
I'm calling it super fucking hard right now. Let's see. Okay, yeah, here are all the images. Bendy and the Dark Revival. Hopefully I'm screen sharing this. Yeah.
You are.
Okay. The ink is calling. Return to the cartoon studio from Bendy and the Ink Machine. See the ink-soaked kingdom of Bendy. Trademark. Like never before through the eyes of Audrey, an animator with mysterious abilities we took from BioShock. Deeper, darker, and with more horror-stoked action. The Dark Revival will keep you on the edge. Alright. Already watched the trailer. Combat ink tainted enemies, solve puzzles, hopefully no fetch quests. Thank you, After the Plush Guy.
I believe the Meatley said that he actually made a point of there being no fetch quests in this game.
I saw that tweet.
I hope we can hold him by his words.
He literally said, no Alice Angel fetch quests.
Specifically
exact
for Alice.
Words, you know? Thanks for chatting, Pastra and Phisnom. In the words of Wally Franks, I'm out of here. Thank you, After the Plush Guy. Pastra, would you like to see more of my art of J. Joey Rabbit and my other monsters? I don't fucking know. Pastra?
I mean, hey, if you want to send them my way, I'll probably see them.
Any fan art you want? If you guys make any fan art of the streams, just use the fucking hashtag Philist, like Phi illustration on Twitter, and I'll retweet it. I fucking love fan art, man. I love it.
I always retweet fan art too.
Yeah. Discover the truth, escape the studio, and above all, fear the ink demon and survive. Yeah, these are pretty cool screenshots. The production level for the game is definitely way higher than the original.
Oh, it's a vast improvement.
Elevator up. Yeah, everything is just so much more detailed and like filled with like different colors and stuff.
The ink people look exceptionally better.
The mods have been trying to link you to the archived section for
Awesome as
literally
Alex
an hour now.
says, the mods have been trying to link you to the archive section for literally almost an hour now. I'm sorry, I can't really click on the links that you guys are sending me on the chat, cause maybe do it on Discord, like ping me on Discord, cause like I can't click on the messages on the chat. What if the ink demon was killed via Henry's soul being put into the soulless ink? Like both were dealt with at the same time? I don't fucking know, Penumbra, but thank you. So there we go. There's the drawing that people were talking about. On this one. Yeah, that's literally the drawing from the ending of the game.
Wait, yeah, you're right.
That's the drawing with the Boris on the left, the Alice on the right, and the Bendy, and it even has the like Henry's signature on the bottom right.
That is actually the exact same photo, yeah.
So either Joey took the picture and then put it on some random woman's desk. I guess she's employee of the month. You can see there it's employee of the month. But either that or Audrey has a connection to Joey or Henry in some capacity. You know,
if this is in the future, then
if
Joey Studio still exists too.
If it was literally the same girl that said, "Tell me another one, Uncle Joey," that would be a good way to move from the first game into the second one. That would be pretty cool. Yeah.
It would also be really neat because she says like, "Oh, tell me another story," and then you're experiencing the next story through her.
Yeah, I can buy that. That's pretty cool. Also, who the fuck is this guy? That's not Bendy.
That's the Piper from the Butcher Gang.
Who?
He was the monkey-looking Butcher Gang guy that jumped out of the wall and had a plunger for a leg.
Oh, I missed that scare completely the first time I played it.
Did you? Okay, like there's a clip I have of whenever I first experienced that scare because I recorded my first Bendy playthrough and like let me send this to you. I shrieked like I broke the sound barrier. It got me really bad.
Oh, that's gonna be a good contrast with my reaction then. Let's see.
I'm trying to get it here in my folder.
I'll show it on the thing.
Literally called Pastra Meets the Butcher Gang.
I don't know who the fuck the Butcher Gang is.
It's the three weirdos that you keep fighting in like chapter 3, and they're the guys that were chasing you during the Fest Quetch in chapter 5.
Oh, I thought those were just generic monsters.
Nah, that's the Butcher Gang.
The Butcher Gang. Let me just do this and this. You're not gonna be able to see this, but the chat is going to be able to see this. There we go.
Headphone warning, by the way.
Oh, really? Okay, headphone warning.
The Butcher Gang.
The Butcher. Oh, these assholes! Oh, you want to see my reaction to that?
Yeah.
Oh boy, you're gonna be. Oh, you're gonna. I'm sorry. I'm sorry in advance. All right, hold on.
It's so funny too, because like I've seen people accuse me of that clip being fake because the comedic timing of it seems like too good, but no, it hurt my throat. I screamed so loud.
All right, let me show you my reaction to that. Let's see if I can even find it. What chapter was that?
That was chapter 3.
All right, so somewhere around after this. There we go. Let me take this, open up here, so you can see it as well, because you have to see this one.
I don't see anything yet. I just see the screenshot of the... Oh, okay, there we go.
Looks like to open this, we're going to need to throw 2 levers at once. You get this one. I'll find the other.
He sounds so bored. Henry sounds so bored.
I can kind of relate.
This is so fucking dumb. Let's go.
You didn't even notice it! It took you a second to register! Wait, go back! You did a double take! You were like, huh? Monkey?
This is so fucking dumb. Let's go.
I can see you were like, huh?
Fucking
Get the fuck. Wait, was that supposed to be scary?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that was... Yeah, that was my first reaction to that.
I love it so much how, like, it really does feel like my first experience playing Bendy was the complete opposite of every other person I know who's played it.
Shift 2 if you get the Bendy theory wrong.
Just completely opposite reactions. That's the best. I love that.
Like, I just feel like I'm Bendy's desired audience, and then everyone else is just like
specifically targeted at you. Well, I'm sure that all the YouTubers reacted like similar to that. Like, I can totally imagine like some fucking like Hypermaster Gamer 64 on YouTube like playing Bendy and the Ink Machine for his audience and saying, "Oh, this is super scary, guys. He comes out of the poster." Like, I can totally imagine that. So,
no, I can see. Like, my reaction to was like, I didn't even release that footage. Like, I didn't even plan on releasing that recording. It was just for background. So, like, I wasn't even playing that up. I was just that jumpy.
Do you like horror? Do you like scary games? What's the scariest game you've ever played, Pastra?
Okay, the scariest game I've ever played was Darkwood.
Oh, I have not played that, but a lot of people recommended it to me. Interesting.
Darkwood is the only horror game I have played where I actually didn't finish it because I was too scared of it.
That was my first reaction with the first FNAF back in 2014.
I was like that with it initially too, but
eventually you learn to live with it. Yes.
Alien. Okay, somebody asked about Alien Isolation. That game scared me until I got a flamethrower, and then I could torch the xenomorph, and then it wasn't very scary because I was burning it, and it was scared of me. Like...
Yeah. All right, makes sense. Play Darkwood, Phil. Maybe in the future. Kirunus, tip $10. Can you 100% post shift 2 if you get your Bendy theory wrong? No. No.
I can't. The hardest. Can't 6-night challenge.
Can't fucking wait for yes video on that.
Dude, like. When you were streaming that game, when I was in chat saying that I had a genuine headache, I was not joking. My head was throbbing watching you play that game.
Yeah, it was an ordeal.
It hurt me to see that game be played. All
right. Check your Discord, you fuck. All right, weird name. Oh, look at the Scrunkly Dunkly. Look at him. Look at him. He's a little scrunkly man.
Pinstripe pants.
Look at his little footsies. Look at him. Oh,
I want to spin him around, you know, like grab him by the hands and spin him around.
I want to kick him in the head and watch him fly through the air because he probably weighs like nothing.
See how hard you got to kick him for his head to detach from his torso?
Yeah. Oh, what a little man.
What a little scrunkly.
Oh wait, he has a fucking vest.
That's what I said.
Yeah, he has a vest and like pants. Like Bendy doesn't have that. Bendy doesn't regularly have that.
He got little pinstripe pants and a vest on. Like they updated them.
Maybe those were Henry's clothes when he got inside of the ink machine. Maybe that's just like, maybe that's what Henry's clothes originally were, and then he got transformed into this Bendy that has his clothes. That's why he doesn't just have like that. Maybe those were Henry's clothes. I'm convinced it's fucking Henry.
Or maybe they're the clothes of whoever the hell else this Bendy is.
It's 100% fuck. Who the fuck else would be Bendy?
Okay, but like everyone thought Joey was gonna be Bendy too.
Yeah, but they literally changed it!
They did, but that's what I'm saying is like...
Yeah, they're gonna retcon it because I said it now!
2 days away!
Okay.
It's not coming out in the next minute!
I gotta go work tomorrow, I just need to sleep. Enjoy the stream, bye everyone. Oh, bye-bye, Aries! Have a good time! Go relax and rest, buddy. Pastra, Khaled super chatted and asked, have you played Omori, Pastra?
Omori was a game that I was planning on streaming as like a long, because it's a long game, right?
Yes, it's extremely long, yes.
I was planning on doing that as a longer series alongside my friend Lyra, but I'm going to be getting through a lot of shorter games, and this week's going to be consumed by Bendy.
Omori is one of my favorite RPGs of all time.
It looks insanely good. I love the art style.
It's super fucking good. It's super fucking good. I love it.
My one like anxiety about playing it though is I fear the chat's going to spoil it for me.
They will. Don't look at the chat.
The chat absolutely will.
You have to understand. I have a lot of powers when it comes to streaming. Like I have powers of like making games turn glitchy for no goddamn reason. And my second power is being able to see the chat and just my eyes glaze over any kind of like spoiler that they're trying to do. People on my Discord have been complaining that people kept spoiling me on Omori, and I somehow managed to fucking, like bullet time matrix dodge every single spoiler on the chat as I was reading it. The mods also did an incredible job in, like, removing all the spoiler comments, but still, it's fucking amazing. Anyways.
It looks so... I love RPGs like that, too, and I hear that the game gets, like, really genuinely depressing.
It fucking punched me on the gut. The ending, like, if people haven't seen the fucking Omori stream that I did on the channel like a few months ago, the ending for that game literally like was violently trying to draw the tears out of me, and there's very little times I actually cry for a game. You know, I'm not like a very emotional person, but there was a point where I saw the final screen with the little, like, thing on the thing that I can't spoil you about, and, like, you could hear my voice kind of crackling, and I was, like, fucking fighting it! I didn't manage to cry, but that was extremely close. That's the closest a game has gotten me to cry in a while.
Oh, man.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited to play it.
Yeah. Anyways.
This is Bendy week, though.
It's the Bendy time, yeah, Bendy time.
Nothing but Bendy.
What the fuck is Boris and the Dark Survival?
Oh, you haven't seen Boris and the Dark Survival? I was gonna make a video on that after Dark Revival. It's a spin-off, like, top-down, like, survival RPG game where you play as Boris, and I see nobody talk about it.
A lone wolf struggles to survive in the inky abyss of Joey Studios. What the fuck is this? I've never seen this.
I don't know, like, I wanted to check it out for the first time, to make a video on it, because I figured this is gonna be good time for Bendy content.
Is this fucking Showdown Bandit?
It looks like Showdown Bandit. Like, it looks like it was either the inspiration for Showdown Bandit or vice versa.
Huh. Please find me. Oh, so this is the game that reveals who the fuck this guy is. Okay, got it. Okay, got it. Okay. I should probably look at the archive before my chat fucking murders me. The archive, Joey Studios. Alright. I guess we stopped talking about Bendy and the Ink Machine, and we're talking about the Dark Revival now. Alright. Got it.
That was the whole point here, right? To try and get you up to speed for when you play Dark Revival.
I feel pretty up to speed right now. Is there anything that we missed before, like, continuing on the Dark Revival? Like, I honestly, I'm not that bothered by the fake world if, like, characters on the outside world can actually affect it. If it actually...
No, like... I was gonna say, like, a lot of people seem to really hate the whole idea of that. It just made me really like Bendy's ending, because I feel like I'm in the vast minority of people that, like, really finds the ending, like, just really interesting.
It was fucking awful, like as a single game, but...
Oh, yeah.
If it sets up this world that can be interacted with and manipulated by other people outside of it, then that's interesting to me, absolutely. But should have fucking made the ending better to establish that.
No, you're absolutely right. Like, I'm not sitting here saying that the ending's like a masterpiece. I just say, like, I find it really fascinating. It has a lot of potential.
Meme Man says, just wanted to say, I'm happy to have someone to talk about Bendy while highlighting the flaws and without insulting the community. It's very refreshing. I have no fucking idea what the community is like, dude. I'm just a complete outsider to it. Like, I'm just having fun with the stupid video game made by the asshole people. Don't say the B word. Oh, wait. Does this get revealed in the fucking book? Does the loop get revealed in the fucking book, chat? Or
I don't believe the cycle is something they touch on in the books.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes. No? Yes?
No, yes, no,
He
yes,
said
no,
it.
no,
Yes?
no, yes, no.
No.
I don't believe it does. I read up a lot on the cycle and
You
it never
think
mentioned...
you think we read books? Fair enough, Chad. Chad cannot read
You think
books.
I read? Like...
Yeah, fair enough. It's odd, okay? Yeah, fair enough. Like, literally, the only, like, strong evidence that I'm seeing for the whole cycle concept is the fucking drawings on the table. Which, by the way, fucking weird that just that little detail revealed the entire fucking plot. Did MatPat cover this? Did MatPat cover the fucking table?
MatPat covered, oh, like, you mean like the concept sketches and whatnot.
And the cycle and all that.
Yeah, MatPat had two different theories. There was the one you and I just watched, but he had a previous one where he thought that the entirety of Bendy was about Joey trying to make amends. Which was also an interesting theory. I think it was absolutely wrong in every way, but it was interesting.
Yeah. Afton asks, "Hey Pastra, which design of Bendy do you prefer? Beta or final? Personally, I prefer Beta Bendy." Who the fuck is Beta Bendy?
So, Bendy had 3 different designs in Bendy and the Ink Machine before there was the final. There was the alpha design for chapter 1 when initially released. There was Beta Bendy, which was the one they used through most of the chapters. That's the alpha Bendy. It looks terrible.
Oh, what the fuck is this one?
That was the initial concept for what Bendy was going to look like when he became a monster.
Oh.
The one that the one that we play with is the actual Bendy design. That is Beta Bendy.
Right.
And if you click next to the one with the giant split open mouth, that's the one that's actually in the final game. I prefer that design because it's a lot more detailed and it almost looks like a decaying corpse that's like coated in ink and you can see like bits of its spine sticking out.
It just has more detail.
Yeah, it's just the beta design but improved.
Yeah, there's not much like anything big that's being changed.
Although a lot of people say that the beta design is an upgrade to it. I don't understand that because it just looks like the beta design.
It's just the same but worse, or like less detailed. I do like the fact that you like the glove is like covered in ink. That's kind of neat.
Yeah.
But it's just a little detail. This guy's so fucking goofy.
They literally, like, if you go into the actual in-game archive, the sign that tells you like the history of some of these models literally calls this Bendy model bird poop with a smile.
All right, let's go into the archives then. Ooh, what is this? Alpha Bendy is also jokingly referred to by the team as bird poop with a smile. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Maniac. Let's see. What the fuck is this? The archive. Press archive, property of Joey Drew Studios. Alright, click on it.
There's a little arrow.
A named plane crosses the Atlantic. Joey Drew Studios in dire straits. The studio behind Bendy is reportedly experiencing financial difficulty and is looking for additional sources of revenue to prop up its sagging finances. Founded by Joey Drew in 1929, the cartoon studio is best known for Bendy, an impish cartoon character who often gets himself into trouble. According to recent reports coming from the studio, it seems that trouble is spreading like spilled ink. One employee who asked to remain anonymous told the Telegram that he doubts the company will be able to sustain much longer. Some of the reasons given for the financial difficulties are rocketing expenses related to what he referred to as Joey's folly. When asked for clarification, he confusingly told us that he feared the machine and didn't want to comment further. This fits with the other stories we've heard coming from inside the studio. We've reached out to Joey Drew for his usual round of reassuring rebuttals. However, this time he has yet to respond to as of this edition. Oh. So it's literally telling people, yeah, the studio and the problems with the machine are real. It's just different from the shit that you literally saw in the game.
Yeah, and that goes back to what my initial theory was that all this stuff happened, but the way we experience it is almost like a retelling through the ink machine.
So anything that you see in the world of Bendy and the Ink Machine that is made out of yellowish paper and ink, it's just what's inside of the cycle, and outside is just the real normal world that looks normal.
Yeah, exactly.
Bendy goes bankrupt. Cartoon Studio shuts its doors for good. Look at the fucking Gmod model face of fucking Joey.
I love how Joey Drew, like,
photoshopped.
he's just straight up Walt Disney. That is
photoshopped
like,
into a fucking
Walt
suit.
Disney.
Oh, that's so fucking funny looking. Oh yeah, that's all. Oh, that's the plushies. That's the posters that we originally saw in the game in the background. Yeah, thank you, James. Oh, there's a lot of text. Joey Drew Studios, the studio behind the popular cartoon character Bendy, has filed for bankruptcy. Despite long-term denials of financial hardship from owner and creator Mr. Joey Drew, the company has been rocked by financial trouble for many years, according to our sources. We have yet to confirm exactly when and how these difficulties began. However, many suspect the war years took their toll. Huh. Yeah, they're literally addressing the World War. Mr. Drew, the pencil can be erased, mistakes removed, and revisions made to suit the changing landscape of your world. But ink stains forever. Ink creates truths that cannot be erased or altered. Ink is permanent, just like the effect you've had on everyone around you and your studio. Mr. Drew, your world is not a world of graphite, but of ink. Oh, that's fucking on the nose.
Oh wow,
that's on the fucking nose.
Pride themselves on their subtlety.
Holy fucking shit, that's subtle. Mr. Drew once remarked to the press, "You are about to see something amazing. A leap forward for the entertainment industry like nothing before. Cartoons will come to life." What he meant by that is anyone's guess by now. The revealing of perhaps of an ugly backstory to the studio is a surprise to many who've long felt that beloved cartoons were a part of their lives. Bendy, Boris the Wolf, Alice Angel, and their friends have been entertaining kids and adults alike for 20 years. We've reached out to Joey Drew for comment, but have yet to hear from him. In fact, no one can seem to find him. The mystery deepens. Alright. Whatever happened to Joey Drew Studios? Oh, Bendy is back? Joey Drew's legacy purchased by Arcgate.
Oh, it is literally BioShock 2.
Literally.
Yeah, Joey goes missing, and then someone else, presumably led by Wilson, just buys the company and starts it going again.
Holy fucking shit. New York, the property holdings of Joey Drew Studios now has a new owner with big plans for the once beloved, now dormant cartoon character Bendy. The studio and all its properties have been bought by the newly formed Arcgate Pictures, led by... That's what's at the start of the trailer. That's not Joey Drew Studios. That's literally a different animation studio.
And Wilson got his hands on the original ink machine.
Led by business tycoon Nathan Ark, a longtime friend of the late Joey Drew. That's not Wilson. If you've seen the grinning face of Bendy before but didn't know who he was, you're not alone. The Bendy brand has laid dormant since Joey Drew Studios' bankruptcy in 1948. The character, blah, 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 blah. Nathan Ark is better known for his decades of success in the steel and oil industries, but cartoons are something new. Yeah, literally they took this dead IP and brought it back to life.
Yeah.
Wilson is a janitor. What?
Wilson, janitor? What?
Let me go see back the...
Did that man crawl to the ink machine and they were like, yeah, that guy will keep our place clean.
Oh, this fucking thing is useless. Hey, Wilson, can you take care of this shit? Just keep it in the back. We don't really care about it. Yes, I will use this for my own purposes. Thank you, Mr. Nathan.
You see him, like, walking out of the studio with it in a big burlap sack, and he's tiptoeing like a cartoon character.
Hey, Wilson, what's up with that fake mustache you put on your fucking face? Oh, don't worry, Mr. Nathan. That's just my face. That's just my funny little mustache. And he starts to twirl it like a fucking cartoon villain. Hey, Wilson, why did you buy a top hat and a fucking dark cloak? Oh, don't worry. This is just to not fucking stain me with all that ink, demon shit. I mean, with all that cleaning that I'm doing on the bag. Don't worry about it, Mr. Nathan.
It goes to me. It's like, hey Wilson, is this a bad time? And he's in the middle of like tying someone to a railroad track, and he's just, oh, hello.
Oh, Mr. Nathan, welcome.
I'm just taking out the trash.
I'm just a fan of the arts, Mr. Nathan.
You know, we're RPing.
What a fucking nerd.
I love him so much.
Wait. Oh yeah, right, because he has a fucking jumpsuit. Okay, let me go back to the fucking... I need to go back to the Dark Revival trailer. Dark Revival Bendy. He has a fucking suit. There we go.
His title is the Custodian of the Ink? What a lame title.
I clean the ink up.
Hold on. Oh my god, he literally has fucking keys and has a fucking janitor jumpsuit. He's a fucking janitor! It's literally just some fucking loser working for this company that found the ink machine in like the back and just thought, you know what I'm gonna do with this? I'm gonna make myself a king in this ink world.
To like clean up the room with the ink machine. Nobody else knows what it is, and he's like, as he's cleaning up, he looks inside and he sees a little tiny world, and he's like, oh, what if I poke these people with a stick?
It's like literally Bart from like that one episode of Treehouse of Horror when he finds like little people inside of his fucking petri dish. Look at these little ink people. I'm gonna be their god.
They don't see me as a janitor. They see me as a god.
I'm the custodian. Holy shit, he literally named himself like the king custodian of the fucking ink world.
He like crushes the ink team with his finger, and he's like, now I'm god.
Holy fuck. Alright. That's amazing. Wilson just takes the machine, like this fucking how the Grinch stole Christmas. It was like a giant fucking like burlap sack and just brings it over to his house.
It's got a big sled and he rides away with it in the back.
Okay, I like Wilson.
I like Wilson so much. I love him.
The Toonie hijinks Wilson got to Wilson so much he decided to plan his ink machine heist around wacky razors. Thank you, meme man.
This will play out just like one of my favorite Looney Tunes cartoons.
It's just like one of my Japanese anime.
Oh, no.
Hold on. Let me just Wilson Custodian. My fucking god, yeah, you people were right. Oh, this is on the Bendy Twitter. There we go. Wilson, Custodian of the Ink. The man who killed the demon, the ink demon, yet his ultimate intentions are difficult to decipher. He is here to clean up the many messes left behind by Joey Drew Studios in both worlds!
Further proof of the cycle being like an actual creation.
I mean, that's not, at that point, that's not a fucking theory. That's they're literally just telling you. Yeah. It's a different world, motherfucker. Like, yeah, duh.
Yeah, no purgatory, no Henry is dead theory, no dream theory, just dead ass like, yeah, there's a tiny world in there.
Tiny little ink machine world inside of the ink machine. Fuck you. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Like, how the fuck could Wilson go into fucking Joey's brain?
I'm gonna climb in there right through your little ear.
You're a mean one, Mr. Wilson. I love him. I thought he looked dumb in the trailer, but now I love him.
I love him so much.
Striking fear into his enemies, Wilson holds dominance over the ink realm. His words are a twisted riddle that may reveal more than first meets the eye. Wilson is always watching. He knows your purpose. Oh, this fucking loser. Literally took over Joey's fucking failed like ink world project and made himself into the fucking god of the universe because he's such a fucking loser in the real world.
He's some washed-up custodian.
It was like my opportunity. Who needs a college degree?
Oh my god, I'm fucking hyped to play this game now. That's so fucking stupid. I love it.
It's 2 days for me, man. I can't wait.
Alright, I can wait. I can just wait a little. It's fine. I can wait, no problem. Everyone's gonna go crazy. Everyone in the community is gonna go crazy playing the game day one. Like, I don't mind waiting a little bit. I'm not that into it. Cell, why do you guys sound like Crow from Nefarious? I have no idea what that means, Cell. Wilson is getting the ink bitches. Jesus Christ.
In my world, everyone likes me and I have friends. In the ink world, I got that diploma.
In the ink world, I drew myself as a Chad and Joey as the Virgin. Therefore, I win.
I punched Bendy. I killed him. I'm so cool.
I'm the Chad. Hey, Bendy Ink Demon is the Virgin.
Oh, hey, is that Henry? Now there isn't a Henry. Now he's dead. I win.
Okay, that's Allison. The remnants of once sweet cartoon character, this angel has been hardened by survival and resistance in the inky depths of the studio. She has a heart for setting things right and is willing to fight for it. She may have useful information for any newcomers to the studio. Please listen carefully. Her protective companion is a cute, mute, deadly wolf. She calls him Tom. A master of shadows, she is always at the center of rebellion against evil. Alright. Okay. I think that's... Holy fucking shit. You know what? You know what? Yeah, I'm officially sold on the Dark Revival. Yeah, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah! You win! Congratulations! Literally fucking won. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. If you're going to tell me that the entirety of the Dark Revival is going to be a fucking, literally a do-over, like, yeah, let's fucking break Joey's story, because it fucking
Wilson
sucks.
would be the type of person to say I would have gotten
I'm
away
sold.
with it too.
I'm
if
sold.
It weren't for you meddling kids.
I really hope that's the direction to go. I really, really hope so. And even if they don't, I really wholeheartedly just think it's going to be the original Bendy and the Ink Machine, but better.
Dude, what the fuck is literally the explanation? You sold me the cycle as a theory. What the fuck else is the explanation for the official Twitter literally going, oh, go back into the inky world, like both worlds, the cycle, break the cycle. Like, what other explanation is there for that?
Wilson shows you his self-insert
really, that's the thing, is like, I don't really know. Like, I came up with that theory before we got all this Dark Revival stuff, and they just started confirming it immediately after.
Jesus Christ, okay, good.
I know my Bendy.
Heiruno tipped $5. Wilson would be the type of person to say, I would have gotten it away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids. I would have gotten it away with it too if it weren't for you meddling Audrey.
Alright guys, let's unmask Wilson. Bendy from Bendy and the Ink Machine!
Oh, he's such a fucking cartoon character. Billiam Will super chatted $5. Wilson shows you his self-insert OC drawing ASMR. Dude, if Wilson is not a cartoon character, but he inserts himself into the world of the Ink Machine as this fucking giant muscly Chad, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Like, you ever played like freaking Batman Arkham Asylum?
Yeah. Oh my god, with fucking
like
Joker.
The Joker
at the
final
end.
boss with just Wilson's head slapped on top of it.
Oh fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Oh, I love this. Oh god, he has become the 10-year-old Sanso, so you goddamn it, Nova. Afton donated. I'm probably gonna start a fight over this, but I'm curious. Who's worse, Mob Games or Joey Drew Studios? I literally don't fucking care, Afton. We've moved on.
Honestly, it doesn't really change anything. I don't really think we should be comparing.
Alright. What else is left on my list? Okay, what happened in that ending? We just blazed through that. The table with the things, we literally already covered that. Why is the building infinitely large? Yeah, no, we literally did that. Yeah. Books? Who gives a shit? What's the new game about? We talked about that. Who's Aubrey? Probably, like, Henry's daughter? Yeah.
Probably. There's a likelihood of it.
Right. Wait!
Yeah.
Does that mean that Audrey is literally walking around this fucking ink machine world with like her father like following her around as a fucking cartoon character, like like fucking like holding little tiny little ink Bendy by the hand through this fucking fucked up world, and that's secretly her fucking father.
Carrying him around and he's just internally screaming.
It's awesome. I love it. You know what? Yeah. You know what? I'm fucking sold. Cause yeah. Okay. You know what? That's a do-over. You're literally bullshitting a do-over of your story. Cause you're saying that don't worry, guys. The story doesn't matter. We're gonna just base our new story about how awful the other one was. Like, we're gonna just use the setting, and we're gonna literally break the story and gonna start a completely That's why they're not calling it a sequel.
They're saying it's not a sequel and it's not a prequel. It's just kind of like almost like a reimagining of things.
Yeah, because the Bendy and the Ink Machine is a game that then kind of gets broken in the middle due to Wilson's bullshit. And then Audrey has to go inside to fix it. So it's literally not a prequel nor a sequel. It literally technically happens at the exact same time at some point in the cycle.
The plot of the game is literally that they fired Joey as the writer and hired a new writer for their game.
You know what? I think Wilson will do a better job at it.
I agree. I like him more than Joey already.
Fuck yeah.
He's way more charming.
All right, Meme Man, super chat of $5. Wilson's who plans is literally, I can use these powers to kiss Alice Angel. Holy shit, he's a simp.
Why doesn't Allison like me? I made this world. She should like me.
Just for her.
Love me, Alice, please.
Holy fucking shit, that was awesome. I love that. I think that's good. I think I'm caught up. Like,
yeah, I think like. I mean, I feel like I was able to sell you on everything I wanted to sell you on.
Yeah, chat, is there literally anything we're missing right now? Like, we watched Game Theory, we went and saw, like, images, we talked about the Dark Revival, like, honestly, I feel like I'm pretty caught up already. I don't know who the fuck the Butcher Gang is, but they seem like background characters, I think.
They are. They're mainly just side enemies. They don't really serve too much of a purpose story-wise.
I saw them on some of the, like, the cartoons and, like, the walls and the projections at the ending and shit. I think those are the same characters.
They were, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
They kind of serve more of a purpose in, like, the cartoon world and just kind of the purpose of, like, oh, they're stronger enemies than normal.
Fair enough. So it's basically the Final Fantasy VII remake. You know what? Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, sorta.
Probably literally. What the fuck does the Dark Revival mean, then? The title.
That's... Like, it could mean, like, the Dark Revival of Audrey, the Dark Revival of the Cycle, the Dark Revival of the company, like the studio?
Maybe? Mr. Maniac says, hey, not to be that guy, but can you two check your Twitter feeds real quick? What happened? Did the game get cancelled?
Did the Meatly, like, make a personal call-out towards us?
Hey, Phil Morg, I'm retconning the story. Lol, Joey dead now.
Fuck you, Phil Morg.
fucking Bendy OC ass looking motherfucker. Twitter, Phisnom.
I don't know, your OC looks kinda bendy. Did you ever see that tweet?
Twitter, Phisnom. Oh, I saw lots of tweets, buddy. Oh, there you go! There you go! That's fucking dumb. I love it. There we go. There we go. Let me show it on stream.
Oh.
Fucking Wilson with a giant sack. Like, literally dragging the ink machine away. And fucking the Bendy ink demon at the bottom right is a fucking, like, workhorse. God, Wilson is the best. What a fucking cartoon character.
Oh my god.
How the Wilson stole the ink machine.
It's mine. They don't even know what they had back there. I really lucked out when I was checking the back rooms.
I think they just had it, like, sitting on a shelf. They didn't even know what it was. They were just like, hey, Wilson, could you, like, take out the trash? I don't know what that thing is.
Wilson was like, oh my god, Eureka!
What a fucking loser. So this game is literally Bendy Plus, I guess. I mean, it literally does look like an objective improvement over the original, so yeah, fair enough, Viagra. Thank you, Mr. Maniac, as well. Thank you, everybody, for coming. This has been way more amicable than I expected. I expected, like, me and Pastra to start, like, fighting over something at some point, but no, this is pretty cool. Pretty fucking cool. I can see why some people are excited for this game now. For like, because sorry, I'm just gonna go on a little small tangent for this. Back when I originally played Bendy and the Ink Machine, and I got to the ending of Chapter 5, I literally asked the chat, "Why the fuck are you excited for the new game? This is fucking trash. The story is nonsense and bullshit and stupid. Why would you ever be excited for the new game?" And then we literally talked for like 4 hours about why I should be excited for the new game. And you fucking know what? Yeah, like, fair enough. It's a good concept if it's actually what's gonna happen. I'm pretty confident that's what's gonna happen. Fair enough. Like, sure, let's do a do-over. Let's do a blank slate. Let's see if they can make a good story this time. And let's just pretend that they did a bad story on purpose the first time around.
Let's just pretend Joey Drew died, and now the story can't be bad if he's gone.
Super Horror Bro, watch him. Oh, that's gonna take a long time, and I'm already at the limit for what I wanted the stream, like how long I wanted the stream to last. I'm good. I'm probably gonna watch that on my own time, guys. It's good. It's good. I'm gonna play Bendy and the Dark Revival as like the season finale for the streams next week on Saturday. Hopefully Pastra's there.
I will be.
I'm not sure if you are like up for co-hosting, but I'm definitely like I would definitely like to have you on the chat. I'm gonna be there with Kako as well. Yeah.
I mean, if you want me there, I will be. Like.
All right, because you would have already played it, you know.
I would have already played through the game, and it's more Bendy content for me.
Yes. Dude, can you imagine? Can you imagine if the game releases in 2 fucking days? And, like, I'm not saying I want it to be a security breach, because, like, I don't want anyone to go through their security breach, but I'm going to wake up tomorrow, I'm gonna wake up on Wednesday, and I'm gonna see my Discord, and even though I'm gonna try to remain as spoiler-free as possible, there's gonna be an ambience, you know? There's gonna be a tone that I'm gonna be able to feel. Like, is Phil's stream going to be Security Breach 2, or is it just gonna be Phil playing through a regular, normal game? Well,
you're gonna
see.
You're gonna hop on Discord, right?
Yeah.
After the Dark Revival comes out, after I finish my stream, and you're gonna see like my bio has changed to "Life is meaningless."
Yes.
And my profile
Yes.
picture is like
Yes.
a skull.
Like I'm gonna wake up on Wednesday and I'm gonna check out Pastra's fucking Twitter account and I'm gonna see if he has a dark profile picture. And that's just gonna tell me everything at that point. I don't need to see anything else.
The day that I dislike a Bendy game is the day that I don't think anyone will like it. Because like that's the thing, right? Like I think people have learned during this stream that Bendy may be my favorite horror game, but it's not because I'm like Bendy's actually good, guys. Like no.
And you know what? I 100% respect that. 200%. Like that's the way that people should be. They should not like love the game to a point that it defines their entire personality and they will defend it with their life if someone says something negative about it. Like, no, 100%. Just like what you like. It's completely fine. And it's even better if you can recognize the faults of it, because it means that you can actually appreciate it for what you like and it's not something unhealthy, you know? It's great.
Exactly.
It's just fucking great.
Besides, like, if I really believed Bendy was a masterpiece, I would have eventually lost my mind arguing with people trying to convince them it was, because my God, that would be hell.
God, trying to argue that Bendy is a good game after seeing my stream.
after seeing your stream, and like that was the thing. Like whenever I was working on my Bendy and the Ink Machine video, like my 2-hour, like almost 2-hour video, several of my friends played it, and they were miserable on stream. And I was in the
feel
chat.
Bad. I'm sorry.
I was in the chat, and I'm like, "So what do you think so far?" And they're like, "Pastra, what the fuck
What
is
the
wrong with you?"
Oh, I feel bad. I'm sorry, buddy. You know, yeah, I'm gonna give Dark Revival a fair shot. If it's, I am not going to shit on it for shitting on its sakes. I'm genuinely going to give it the best shot it could possibly have, and if I like it, I'm just gonna say I like it. I'm not gonna try to fucking be a fucking contrarian just to make people mad, you know? I mean, it's gonna, there's stuff that I think might have potential, and the concept for the new game genuinely interests me, unironically interests me. So you know what? Fuck it. Let's try it. Why not? Second chance. Fuck it.
Hell yes.
Yes.
I have high hopes. I'm an optimist, but I do have high hopes for this game.
Yes.
Decent hopes.
My hopes, my expectations are rock bottom. If it's a functional game, then it's already better than the original.
You can sprint slightly faster and it's a masterpiece.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh my god.
Domino said, seriously, this was so much fun. See you then. Thank you, Domino. Emily says, no way Pastra would fight you. They're Canadian. Holy shit, have I never had a person from the US on the stream? Literally no one. It's always I've had British people on my stream. I've had Canadians. I have Chileans, but literally no one has been from the US. Wait, no, wait. Is Aya from the US?
Aya's also Canadian.
Fuck! Okay, no people from the US allowed on the stream. Holy fuck.
That's the limit. That's
the limit. That's the standards we're playing with. Thank you, Afton the Plush Guy. Thank you, Viagra. Thank you, Maniac. Thank you, Corey Bide. Thank you, Aiden Shapiro. Thank you, Billy and Will. And thank you for everybody that donated. This has been fun. It's been fun.
This has been a good time.
Good fucking time. I interrupted you before. What did you want to say before, Pastra? Or did you want to say something before we left?
Wait, what was I gonna say?
You said something about talking to people about Bendy.
Right, no, like, I was just gonna say, like, if I function under the thought process of I like it, therefore it is, like, a really masterpiece of a product, then I feel like my entire channel would have gone under because I would have gotten into too many fights with people. Like,
yeah.
I have such, like, people think people thought I'm a contrarian because, like, I had positive opinions of things that most people consider bad. It's like, no.
That's bullshit.
Like, no, I just like things even if they're bad.
Yeah.
That was a big thing with my Bendy video, though, was, like, there was a lot of people who were like, the fact that this is your favorite horror game means you've never played any other horror games than this one.
Shut up. I say that for a joke. I say that to rib on people. I say them to piss them off. But if you genuinely believe that, like, fuck off. Like you can enjoy stuff just because you find it charming. It doesn't need to be like fucking Citizen Kane for you to, like, love it, you know? I know people that like Resident Evil 6. And Resident Evil 6 can be genuinely fun as a game, but I fucking hate it because it's the worst Resident Evil game of all time, and I deeply fucking hate that game. But I cannot
finish it.
I'm not gonna say to someone that they are, like, literally they have the worst taste in the world if they like something that I don't. That I say that as a joke, but if you say that seriously, come on, man. Don't be a fucking joy killer. Come on.
Yeah, I don't really get people like even in the Bendy video, I literally said myself, this is not the best horror game.
Yeah.
By any margin.
Yeah. Even I can confirm, like, I hate Security Breach with the deepest core of my being, but even I know that it's not the worst game of all time. It's just the worst game that I've personally fucking played, because I have feelings against that game. But even I can recognize that some people could find enjoyment in it. I just don't. I actually
really enjoyed Security Breach. Security Breach is a mess,
Yeah.
Security breach is shit, but like I straight up want to make a video talk about why I actually enjoyed it when I played it.
Oh, don't get me anywhere near that, thank you.
Oh no, I don't want to end your stream on a sour note. I don't want to ruin your night, but
it's all good though. Bendy was like an impact for the fandom culture. Yeah, I guess. Thank you, Candy. Look at Kane's newest tweet. Why is he calling me out?
Uh-oh.
Kane Carter. Fucking tweet watching stream. I hope it's revealed in Bendy and the Dark Revival that Bendy is short for Benedict. I don't care about anything else. Alright, Kane. Alright.
That would be quite a twist.
Alright, I think that's it then. We have talked about everything we wanted to talk. The game comes out in 2 days. Everybody's going to be excited for that. Fuck Mike Mood and the Meatly. They're pieces of shit, but I'm still going to play their game on the weekend. Thank you everybody for coming.
Yeah.
This has been a great time. I'm surprised at how well this went.
Yeah, this went really good.
Yeah. I am genuinely interested on the game's story now, because the concept of breaking a fucking established cycle of a story through characters that are going to like insert themselves into it post the completion of the story is fascinating. I love that. And Wilson is a piece of shit, and I love him. He's so fucking goofy.
If Wilson isn't exactly like the headcanon we made up today, I'm gonna be pissed. The game is ruined.
And if Bendy... Okay, I'm gonna have to get off of Twitter after Tuesday, because if Bendy is Henry, people are not gonna... I'm not gonna hear the fucking end of it. So
no, people are gonna be like that immediately, like...
Alright. Thank you everybody for coming then. Thank you Pastra for coming, this has been great.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Hell yeah. I can't believe a Let's Talk ended this well. I thought it was going to end with someone bloodied up on the floor. Fucking great.
I was gonna pass away, and
Hell
here
yeah.
I am, still standing.
Fuck yeah. I'll see everybody on Saturday for the Dark Revival stream. I'm gonna be there with Kako and hopefully Pastra if he doesn't die from depression. We'll have to see. Alright.
We'll see how I do.
Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye, Pastra.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next products.